right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Holyoke School Committee. It's Friday, August 7th, 2020. We'll start the meeting now. It's 6 p.m. Before starting, I just want to remind everyone that pursuant to Mass General laws, we are informing all attendees that a video and audio recording is being made of the meeting, and the meeting is being live streamed and run live on the city's community TV channel, Foxcast, and translated on Facebook Live. Roll call, please.
Mayor Morse?
Present.
Thank you. Ms. LaFave?
Present.
Mr. Sheehan?
Present.
Ms. Brunel? Here. Ms. Tensley Williams? Mrs. Burks?
Here.
Ms. Feliciano Sims?
Here.
Mr. Wellahan?
Here.
Mr. Collmore, I did not see him come in. Oh, there's Rosalie. Mr. Collmore? Mr. Cushane?
Present.
Ms. Tensley Williams? She's here. I can see her.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Niles, by any chance, do you have the flag? You are on top of your game. All right, everyone rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Liz, public comment.
Sorry, Mildred, we have public comment. You have the sheet. What's your pleasure? Mr. Sheehan might want to read it since he does such a good job with it.
Well, here's the issue. I had to send, I received multiple emails for public comment, but I just went back to them, and I apologize for sending back emails to people at 5 o'clock. I was rushing home from work trying to do that, and I've only gotten a few responses back. So there's people that haven't given me a final confirming yes, and there are people who gave me a confirming yes. So
what's your pleasure?
what I can do, if Devin has access to it, I can just text him like, yes, go ahead, read that name.
For some reason, it won't open. So Mildred, why don't you just read them since you have them?
Okay. All right. So our first person, we have quite several. So our first one is Mary Wright, Donahue School. Her comment is, I am writing to voice my support for 100% remote learning at the start of the school year in order to keep students, their families, and our staff safe and healthy until a successful end to the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to teach, okay, in the classroom desperately, but not until there are no risks to all. So that's from Mary Wright. Our next one is Jessie Peon. She's a parent and spouse of a teacher and Springfield Public School teacher. I received a daily failure. Oh, so okay, if I read some stuff and it just doesn't sound right, I'm just reading it how it is, okay? So bear with me. I received a daily failure for my letter I send to your email address listed on the Holyoke School Committee website, so I'm sending it to you here. I am writing as a parent of an incoming freshman student at Holyoke and a spouse of a Holyoke teacher. I am a Springfield teacher. In June, we were all hoping for in-person start, but as school gets closer, we have felt more conflicted. I wish we could support in-person instruction as it would be beneficial for students, for parents, for us as teachers, especially in connecting with a new group of students, but at the same time, we have concerns about safety. I urge you to consider, as Springfield did, the safety of school buildings and potential health risks due to inadequate ventilation in older buildings. Please be mindful of staff who are older or have health concerns that compound the risk of a severe case of COVID-19. One argument for opening schools that I keep hearing is very few kids get severe cases and even fewer die. But that doesn't take into account that we have community spread and staff may infect each other, or that kids may not have severe cases or even symptoms, but have the potential to infect their friend, their teacher, or their family members. We need to be concerned about asymptomatic spread. Kids being sent to school ill, risk to our many intergenerational households, bathroom cleanliness for students and staff, and cleanliness of staff rooms and other common areas and shared equipment. Not to mention that nursing staff will be overwhelmed by COVID-19 protocols and monitoring being added to their already busy schedule. My family feels that remote is the only safe way to start the year, as much as it is a difficult decision that will be heartbreaking to our son. We also understand the hardship that it puts on families, but at this time, until we have all safety measures in place, we do not feel that it is safe for the community to open school buildings for in-person teaching. So that is that one. The next one is from Lynn LaJoy, HPS Vice Principal of Morgan. I am in support of fully remote for the return of school. It is unconscionable that we would subject our students and staff to be the guinea pigs for a hybrid opening. We are still in the red with COVID numbers climbing in this area. Of course, I want to be in school, but only when it is safe to do so. Then I have Brigitte Ann, because she sent me how to actually say her name, Brigitte Ann Riley, an ELL teacher at Donahue School. Hello, I am writing to you as a 24-year HPS teacher. I am asking you to please push for a remote start to the 2021 school year. There are many reasons why this is the safest, smartest option for Holyoke. First and foremost of which is the health and safety of our children, our teachers, our staff, and their families. To return to the school buildings in person in any capacity at this point in the pandemic is reckless, hazardous, and just not smart. Holyoke needs to support and value their educators, their children, and their lives, and keep us all safe. There are too many issues and what ifs involved in going back to school. Too many of our buildings have old, out-of-date ventilation systems. Many do not have central air conditioning and/or windows that open for fresh air. Many of our buildings have inadequate, unsanitary bathroom facilities, which only have cold water for hand washing. Too many of our educators are in the age or health category that designates them as high risk for this virus. Children do not like to keep their hands to themselves. Germs spread among them like wildfire. The amount of cleaning and disinfecting that will need to take place is mind-boggling. While City Hall, the school department offices, and the Massachusetts Department of Early and Secondary Education offices are all closed to the public, for the safety and welfare of all, we cannot plan on sending our children back to school. We cannot risk the lives of our educators, principals, staff, and others just to make some people happy. I ask that you please speak out tonight for the lives that will be at stake if we are made to go back, I ask that you please speak out tonight for the lives that will be at stake if we are made to go back to school in a few weeks. Please advocate for a remote start. Then I have Tamara Linskog, autism teacher at Donahue. I am writing to you as a 10-year special education teacher. I am asking you to please push for a remote start to the 2021 school year. There are many reasons why this is the safest, smartest option for Holyoke. First and foremost of which is the health and safety of our children, our teachers, our staff, and their families. To return, hold on a minute. That is the same. So that one's the same. So I'm wondering if it falls in the same thing, because I'm going to read you the same exact thing as the previous one. But it's just under Tamara Lindskog's name as well. So do you guys want me to read the same thing again? Am I reading it?
If it's submitted public comment.
Okay, so I'll read, it'll be, okay. So like I said, she's writing to you as a 10-year special education teacher. I'm asking you to please push for a remote start to the 2021 school year. There are many reasons why this is the safest, smartest option for Holyoke, first and foremost of which is the health and safety of our children, our teachers, our staff, and their families. To return to the school buildings in person in any capacity at this point in the pandemic is reckless, hazardous, and just not smart. Holyoke needs to support and value their educators, their children, and their lives, and keep us all safe. There are too many issues and what-ifs involved in going back to school. Too many of our buildings have old, out-of-date ventilation systems. Many do not have central air conditioning and or windows that open for fresh air. Many of our buildings have inadequate, unsanitary bathroom facilities which only have cold water for hand washing. Too many of our educators are in the age or health category that designates them as high risk for this virus. Children do not like to keep their hands to themselves. Germs spread among them like wildfire. The amount of cleaning and disinfecting that will need to take place is mind-boggling. While City Hall, the school department offices, and Massachusetts Department of Early and Secondary Education offices are all closed to the public for the safety and welfare of all, we cannot plan on sending our children back to school. We cannot risk the lives of our educators, principals, staff, and others just to make some people happy. I ask that you please speak out tonight for the lives that will be at stake if we are made to go back to school in a few weeks. Now, let me look. So the next one, I did not get a second yes from, so I cannot move forward with that one. But again, concerns are basically on the same path as the other one that I had read. The next one is from Mayanna Carbon O'Brien. She's a parent, spouse of teacher, and Springfield Public Schools teacher. My name is Mayanna Carbon O'Brien, and my daughter is a rising third grade student at Metcalf. I have no faith that any 100% virtual program supplied by the state will adequately address the needs of a dual language student. But as a family with parents with pre-existing conditions, a sibling with asthma, nor do I have any faith that HPS will be able to provide the level of cleanliness, contact tracing, or social emotional learning if brought back to campus in any form. In fact, Dr. Vasquez-Matos, all I heard yesterday during your Facebook Live was the same old blather about rigorous learning. Our children need coping skills for understanding deaths that have occurred and deaths that will occur. We need to discuss racial strife and news that has rocked their worlds. Until you are prepared to have hot water, open windows, outdoor classroom space, and dedicated social emotional learning at every grade level, you must remain virtual. The next one's from Nolan Shertadam. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name.
It's Sheridan, Mildred.
Oh, Sheridan. Okay. Thank you, Sheridan. I have a couple of questions regarding reopening, if you have the time. My school's union rep recommended I reach out to you. Concerning the safety of students, 1, if we teach science, we likely have large two-person tables, some of which I've had to sit 3 students at during the school year. What are the guidelines around using this type of classroom setup with social distancing guidelines? 2, are there disciplinary actions that will be taken against students who refuse to bring a mask to school, remove or discard their mask once in school, do not follow social distancing guidelines, and intentionally spread germs? Examples are not washing hands, refusing to cover their mouth when coughing, intentionally touching other kids. Who is enforcing these? If so, how can we ensure accountability if not? Number 3, we've spent a year discussing the benefits of group work and collaborative education during our PDs at Donahue. What training will we be receiving to ensure this positive impact on students is still possible while group work is not? Number 4, if, as the district website says, families that choose full remote learning will be taught by a third-party appointed education service. Will all students be taught by that service in the event of another closure? Or if we reach a point where we are back to full inclusion, how can we integrate students who were taught by a different system altogether into our own curriculum in such numbers halfway through the year? Concerning the safety of educators and staff, 1, in the event that a teacher does not have sick time adequate for 2 weeks of quarantine, what will happen if they contract or were exposed to the virus? Will their position be terminated or their quarantine time unpaid? 2, coverage is always an issue in our district. How can we ensure long-term subs for quarantine periods? Likewise, how can we ensure work is provided to students engaging in-person learning while they are out quarantined? 3, are teachers eligible for workplace compensation in the event we are intentionally exposed to the virus by a student? As a severely asthmatic person, it is likely that exposure for me would require hospitalization, which I'm sure you know is horrendously costly in our country. 4, for teachers still developing in their licensure cycle is first and second year teachers, what systems are in place to replace observations that we desperately need to improve our practice and meet our licensure requirements? Examples, mid-year evaluations. 5, are we as educators still reporting to schools early for group meetings and PDs? How will social distancing guidelines be applied to these eventualities? Thank you for your careful consideration of these questions as you prepare for reopening procedures. The next one, Jacqueline Morales, teacher at Donahue. I am in agreement with my fellow teachers, paraprofessionals, and school staff. I am writing to you as a Holyoke Public Schools teacher. I am asking you to please push for a remote start to the 2021 school year. There are many reasons why this is the safest, smartest option for Holyoke, first and foremost of which is the health and safety of our children, our teachers, our staff, and their families. To return to the school buildings in person in any capacity at this point in the pandemic is reckless, hazardous, and just not smart. Holyoke needs to support and value their educators, their children, and their lives, and keep us all safe. There are too many issues and what-ifs involved in going back to school. Too many of our buildings have old, out-of-date ventilation systems. Many do not have central AC and/or windows that open for fresh air. Many of our buildings have inadequate, unsanitary bathroom facilities, which only have cold water for hand washing. Too many of our educators are in the age or health category that designates them as high risk for the virus. Children do not like to keep their hands to themselves. Germs spread among them like wildfire. The amount of cleaning and disinfecting that will need to take place is mind-boggling. While City Hall, the school department offices, and the Massachusetts DESE offices are all closed to the public for the safety and welfare of all, we cannot plan on sending our children back to school. We cannot risk the lives of our educators, principals, staff, and others just to make some people happy. I ask that you please speak out tonight for the lives that will be at stake if we are made to go to school in a few weeks. Please advocate for a remote start. Megan Brown, she's a parent. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Brown, and my daughter Z, she wrote the name. I'm not gonna say it out due to FERPA regulations. So we'll be a third grader this fall at Metcalf. Her father and I are not comfortable with in-person learning and are asking the department to push for an all virtual return for at least the first quarter, and then we can reassess after that point. Thank you so much for taking the time to read this email and listening to our concerns. Then the next one is Riley, either Latchett or Lacotte. She's an RN BSN parent to whom it may concern.
It's Lachey.
Lachey. Thank you, Aaron. Riley Lachey. To whom it may concern, as a parent of a Holyoke student, I am terrified by the idea of reopening schools, even following a hybrid model. As a registered nurse working through this pandemic, every single time I enter the hospital, I am anxious and scared about what I will face each shift. I would not wish that feeling upon teachers, school staff, and most especially students. I truly feel remote learning is our only option in such uncertain and unsafe times. Do not let our children of Holyoke be guinea pigs for the reopening of schools. The health of every single child is more important than the pressure to reopen schools. Until it can be done safely without the possibility of contracting COVID-19, it should not even be an option. Kate DeSantos, she's a parent and also the secretary for the Special Education Parent Advisory Council. I'm forwarding along a few questions in preparation for the school committee meeting this evening. Appreciate your consideration in putting these forward to the committee. Our kids are both on IEPs. If we decide to move forward with the remote option for the first terms, are there opportunities for our kids to be part of the class Zoom calls proposed for the Wednesday remote learning sessions? I feel as though it would be an extreme detriment for them not to be even remotely familiar with their homeroom teacher, especially if they are able to go to school in person for the second term. Also, they both have social goals incorporated into their IEPs. How will these needs be met with a remote plan? If we are to go remote with a contracted company, why can't our kids be included on the remote class assignments to make sure they are on track with their peers and are able to share work and progress with their teacher? I'm more than happy to do both options for each child, especially if the remote and in-class curriculums do not match up timing-wise. Who will be monitoring progress on the academic front, given they have a one-to-one para? I've heard that the remote learning options are self-paced. So how do their paras become incorporated with the learning experience? Are they in the classroom with their designated in-person homeroom teacher, or following along with the remote learning and assisting as needed so that their IEP and academic progress can be documented and evaluated? If we were to do the hybrid option, what are the safety guidelines for one-to-one pairs in an inclusion classroom, since the 3 to 6 feet would not be possible? If we begin hybrid and feel as though it is not a good option for us after a few weeks in, safety, learning, environment, academic progress with diagnosis, are we able to change and do a remote option midterm? The next one is, sorry. I did not receive a response back for the next one. Yes, I did. Okay. In anticipation of tonight, Julie Cackley, I'm sorry, HPS staff. In anticipation of tonight's school committee meeting, I am writing in regards to proposed return to school plans. Before learning plans can even be discussed, first and foremost is our building's readiness to accept students. As is known to everyone, even slightly familiar to HPS, our buildings are old. Windows do not open or are missing screens. HVAC systems are non-existent, let alone HVAC systems that can be upgraded to accommodate filtration systems. Multiple classrooms, offices within a building offer no ventilation of any kind. Many buildings within HPS have been deemed unfit for learning. Fans and window AC units, which is what HPS most often offers for cooling and ventilation, do not meet health standards. Before learning plans can even be discussed, the Holyoke Board of Health should be looped in and invited to provide input in how schools can be safely ventilated, which classrooms should no longer be used due to ventilation, and what equipment is necessary to ensure safe return to school. Thank you for your time in reading this. The next one is not, is just like the name of the email, but I don't have an actual name to the person. And that's MLEF. It's not me. It's not an abbreviation for me. I'm writing this morning to you to express my belief that our schools should be remote to start the school year, just as most of the school systems in the region are doing. I know we're anxious to get back to normal, and I know Massachusetts is doing well right now, but cases are rising. Besides, the virus does not respect state borders, and the outbreaks in other parts of the country are perfectly able to move their way if we set up opportunities for it to spread, such as crowding the schools. The CDC has warned that schools are a breeding ground for the virus. Older children, specifically high school age, are just as susceptible to illness. Recent information suggests that children spread it just as effectively as adults. In one instance, a summer camp had to close because 82 staff and campers got infected. This camp was completely outdoors and still saw that kind of rapid spread. Realistically, do we think our cramped indoor classrooms are going to fare better? They didn't in Israel, where schools reopened and the gains made by lockdowns were completely wiped out. In Syracuse, New York, 16 people were infected through an asymptomatic child at a daycare. We are setting ourselves up for this situation if we don't move very carefully. We shut down in mid-March, and there were 15 cases in Massachusetts. As I write this, there are 251. How is it now safe if it was not then? I think the number's wrong. Medical experts have also said that children aren't statistically likely to die from the virus, even though many of our staff are in high risk groups, but we also don't know the long-term effects of the virus. Dr. Anthony Fauci has stated that post-COVID symptoms are reminiscent of chronic fatigue syndrome and that many sufferers never fully recover. If we open too quickly and the virus spreads, are we setting our young people up for serious health problems in the future? Not to mention the staff. A recent study found that 78% of survivors nonetheless have long-term organ damage. There are a host of problems with reopening, even in a hybrid form. If that's the route that Holyoke decides to go, we are expecting children who are impulsive and sometimes struggle to sit still to keep masks on for 7 hours at a time and sit in rows in classrooms all day. We are concerned about student social well-being, but they won't be socializing. And we're concerned about them learning, but we won't be doing much teaching in our day if our day is spent trying to enforce mask and distancing rules. Sitting in one place and not moving for hours is not a positive for young people. In addition, many of our classrooms are cramped and have poor ventilation. Some have no AC or AC that doesn't work well. They are sometimes unbearably hot as is. Do we expect students to sit in that heat for hours at a time with masks on? If somebody gets sick and has to quarantine for 14 days, what will be done? Will 2 classes be combined with 1 teacher, thus defeating the entire point of distancing? Will we be expecting our subs, many of them older folks, to interact with young people that they haven't interacted with before, thus putting them in danger? We also know that students often don't follow subs' classroom management expectations, thus making the mask and distancing even harder to enforce. If teachers who are high risk choose not to come back, then we have an even higher teacher-student ratio, meaning even more packed classrooms. We will be telling parents not to send their children to school sick, but we know that parents send their children to school sick often and that children often don't practice great hygiene. This problem applies to almost everything we do. Imagine something as simple as a fire drill, and imagine trying to maintain social distancing and prevent the spread of disease during it. We're also concerned with students' mental health, but are we prepared for the mental health needs of a teacher being hospitalized or student bringing the virus home to their family? Or having to obey rigid and developmentally inappropriate rules to maintain social distancing? Restricting their engagement with peers even as their peers are right in front of them. Facing uncertainty when teachers disappear for weeks at a time, not knowing what to make of it. Having to constantly actively participate in cleaning rituals that keep trauma present. Dealing with all this while also trying to meet academic standards and dealing with shame and self-doubt when they can't. Being unable to receive age-appropriate comfort from staff when dealing with all of this, thus experiencing attachment injuries daily. Their mental health is as in danger as their physical health. We must also acknowledge a very important reality that has yet to be acknowledged as much as it should. Hispanic people are statistically 4 times more likely to be infected than white people, with Black folks 5 times as likely. HPS claims it is dedicating itself to anti-racism. Anti-racism is not a statement, but an action. In this moment, that action means protecting the health of our students. For all these reasons, I urge you to put pressure on the school system to start remotely. Thank you for your time. The next one is from Laura Chiaravolodi. Can anybody help me with that one?
Call her Dr. C.
All right, Dr. C. I know there's a meeting tonight with the central topic of Holyoke's plan for reopening schools. I am a teacher in the Holyoke School District. I want very much to return to school to interact and teach my students. But I am very worried about the health and safety of our town school buildings, especially Peck and Veritas. I am fully confident in our custodial crew's ability to keep our buildings clean, but I fear the air ventilation systems in many of our buildings are not up to date enough to safely move air during this pandemic. Please bring up this very important issue tonight during the reopening schools discussion. Thank you for your time and service on our town school committee. I wholeheartedly appreciate your commitment to the children and families of Holyoke. I have another one from Stephanie Morris, parent and HPS paraprofessional. I am writing to you today as a concerned paraprofessional, parent, and resident of HPS in Holyoke. I wanted to express my concerns with the proposed HPS reopening plan for hybrid instruction based on the following points. 1, the schools in HPS do not have quality ventilation systems as evidenced by the reports done on each building in the fall to support the building of a new middle school. Appropriate ventilation is key to the Board of Health requirements for reopening. 2, there is no guarantee of HPS being able to supply the appropriate PPE for the variety of positions within the schools. I am a pre-K special ed paraprofessional who will have to do toileting of the students, which require mask, gowns, and gloves for multiple times throughout the day. I don't believe HPS is prepared to provide all of the necessary resources to keep up with this demand. The plan lacks specificity about who will complete cleaning tasks and when, in such as classrooms that will have students 5 days a week. In addition, will HPS be able to provide the necessary resources to complete these cleaning tasks? 4, there is no clear guidance on how quarantining will work. Will I be expected to use sick time despite the fact that I am told to go to work? 5, what other precautions will HPS put in place for staff that cannot physically distance from their students? For example, a pre-K or ABL classroom. 6, as a parent of 2 high school students, the plan does not provide an explanation. As to what will happen with integral programs such as dual enrollment and AP classes. If I choose to opt my children into remote learning, does this negate them from these pathways? Do I need to choose between my children's health and safety and their future? That does not seem like a pathway for every student. Overall, I do not believe that HPS is prepared to provide hybrid instruction in less than a month. There are still too many unknowns with how all of this will work and how we maintain safe learning environments for students as well as staff. While I want nothing more than to return to work and be with my students as well as have my own children return to school, I want to come out on the other end alive. Thank you for taking my concerns into consideration. The next one's from Genesis Cardona. Hello, I am writing to you as a 2-year HPS paraprofessional. I am asking you to please push for a remote start to the 2021 school year. There are many reasons why this is the safest, smartest option for Holyoke, first and foremost of which is the health and safety of our children, our teachers, our staff, and their families. To return to the school buildings in person in any capacity at this point in the pandemic is reckless, hazardous, and just not smart. Holyoke needs to support and value their educators, their children, and their lives and keep us all safe. There are too many issues and what ifs involved in going back to school. Too many of our buildings have old, out-of-date ventilation systems. Many do not have central AC and or windows that open for fresh air. Many of our buildings have inadequate, unsanitary bathroom facilities which only have cold water for hand washing. Too many of our educators are in the age or health category that designates them as high risk for this virus. Children do not like to keep their hands to themselves. Germs spread among them like wildfire. The amount of cleaning and disinfecting that will need to take place is mind-boggling. While City Hall, the school department offices, and the Massachusetts DESE offices are all closed to the public for the safety and welfare of all, we cannot plan on sending our children back to school. We cannot risk the lives of our educators, principals, staff, and others just to make some people happy. I ask that you please speak out tonight for the lives that will be at stake if we are made to go back to school in a few weeks. Please advocate for a remote start. Sincerely, Genesis Cardona. The next one's from Christy Rayo. Parent, please take into consideration all of the working parents. I watched my cousin's journey of becoming a teacher. It took her about a decade from the moment she went to college to the moment she got the job. Within that time, she had to get her bachelor's degree, complete a ton of hands-on training, and pass numerous exams before she was allowed to be certified. If we go with full-time remote learning, parents with zero qualifications are going to be required to do the job that took my cousin 10 years to prep for. Personally, I will have to quit my career to go teach and not get paid. As a single parent of 3, that is simply not possible without forcing me into homelessness and poverty. I have another possible option that has not even been brought up. Allow the parents that want to keep their kids home to do so, and the parents that want to send their kids in to do so as well. There are many parents that want to keep their kids home, and that will at least minimize the amount of students by 50%. The teachers can give a lesson to the kids in the classroom while the kids at home are logged on and follow the lesson live. The kids will all be on the same page, and the schools wouldn't exceed the limit of the amount of kids in the schools. Apart from that, in Holyoke, many parents, grandparents, guardians do not speak English. Tons of them do not have internet or laptops for their children. My daughter had to do her schoolwork through a phone. The teachers have even admitted that only a handful of kids were doing the work between March to June. Most kids weren't even logging on. Remote learning is going to hurt families financially and kids educationally. The next one is from Jessica Mendez, a parent. Hello, I saw that you're the one I sent my comment for the school committee reopening plan to be heard. Sorry, just in case I'm wrong, but I'll give it a shot. I think it should be allowed for the parents to choose what their child or children need. I am choosing to go remote learning for multiple reasons. I have 3 children, one of which is a baby of 8 months whose doctor prefers for us to not even go to public areas such as parks, beaches, etc. My other 2 are 8 and 10 with ADHD, and one of which has sensory and anxiety, who has IEP classes. So for us, we know how our children can't stay still. It literally physically hurts one. And the fact that he needs to constantly touch things or take breaks to learn, I don't see that working. He also sees multiple people a day for different things. How are we going to be comfortable with that? With a kid with anxiety, how are they going to breathe? He has tried multiple times for minutes and has panic attacks about it. Most importantly, we found last year's school ending remotely, they were more focused. We love our school, but it's not a choice. But if it's not a choice, we will homeschool. The next one's from Giovanni Rodriguez. As a concerned parent, I think the only option is complete remote learning. I am not comfortable with students, teachers, and staff all being at risk from this virus that has unknown complications and is potentially deadly. Sending them back this soon would be a threat to our students, families, and the entire community. Thank you. Then the next one's Alicia Late. I am writing to you in regards to HPS reopening. As I know you care genuinely for Holyoke citizens, I ask you to make sure Dr. Vasquez Mato's plans ensures the safety of all stakeholders. As you are aware, Holyoke has a unique community where many of our students live in multi-generational households. It is not enough to consider our youngest citizens' lives solely, but our elders as well. Going back to school in any in-person situation is putting lives at risk. It is of concern to many teachers that our buildings will not safely hold students for many hours of the day. Although we have received many generous updates to our buildings in the past, it is of great worry that they are still not safe for return. It is also unknown how cleaning will be documented and maintained throughout the day. Kelly School, for example, has 4 student bathrooms that will have to service approximately 400 students. 2 out of the 3 sinks in a specific bathroom do not even work. How can we expect students to adhere to the levels of cleanliness we need to prevent the spread of COVID-19 when we aren't able to give them the appropriate facilities to do so? Although teachers perform many different roles when supporting their students, will we now be required to do all the cleaning necessary to ensure a safe environment? This change would create a change in working conditions and guarantee that students will lose out in instructional time. It is also of great concern about how the district will supply all classrooms with the appropriate cleaning materials and PPE our students need. As you know, masks significantly reduce the transmission of the virus. In Massachusetts, anyone over the age of 2 must wear a mask when social distancing cannot be ensured. If there is no other option than a return in the fall, please push for a plan that makes wearing masks a requirement for all HPS students who can do so when social distancing is impossible. In March, teachers had to provide emergency learning. We did our best to give students equitable learning experiences. I want to clarify that this is not what remote learning would look like in the fall. Over the past year, I have enjoyed connecting with some of the hardest working educators in Massachusetts. Given the appropriate resources for remote teaching, our students will receive an equitable learning experience until it is safe to return. A fully remote opening is safest for students, staff, and Holyoke residents. It has been reported that COVID-19 cases have been rising and public health officials have even suggested moving back to phase 2. Please make it known that a remote start is a safe start that will ensure equitable learning for the students of HPS. Thank you for your time and service to the students and staff of HPS. The next one is from Matthew Ball, Laurel Street in Holyoke. Dear school committee members, at this time, the only safe option for students, staff, in our community is a fully remote start to the 2021 school year. The next one is from Miss Fitzel, parent, educator, mother. As a parent, an educator, and a mother, I implore the Holyoke School Committee to call for a remote start to our school year. Many of our neighboring districts are making this call because it is safest. As a teacher, I would love to be with my students in person, but not at the expense of the health of them all. But not at the expense of the health of them, their families, or mine and my family. As a mother, I'm sad my son will miss out on in-person pre-K. But it is vastly preferable to having him lose any new friends, teachers, or our own family due to exposure to COVID-19. Please help our students in Holyoke be granted the same safety and care shown. Why other cities and towns? And let's keep kids safe by keeping them home. Thank you. Susan Van Pelt from
Mildred, do you want me to read some? You want to take a break? Thank you.
We're at Susan and Pelt, and
Susan? Yep.
and then I'll text you. I'll look through the other names and I'll text you which ones gave me a yes.
Thank you, Mildred.
Thank you, Liz.
So Susan Van Pelt from Walnut Street in Holyoke. To the Holyoke School Committee, I write today in support of those calling for a fully remote plan for fall 2020. For the safety of children, teachers, staff, immediate and extended families, and communities, I believe a plan for remote learning is the wisest course at this time. Scholastic learning can be made up, but lives and health will not be recovered if schools reopen too soon and allow further spread of the novel coronavirus. I believe the hybrid model, while thoughtful, simply doesn't and cannot go far enough in assuring safety. Already, Holyoke has one of the higher community transmission rates in the state. That's on top of the devastating outbreak at the Soldiers' Home. Too many here are at too high risk already. I hope the receiver, the school committee, and Holyoke Public Schools will dedicate themselves to making and implementing this difficult decision and providing the plan and resources for home-based learning as soon as possible so that children, parents, and staff can have greater certainty for moving forward. I also hope plans will be individualized to meet children's varying and specific needs, including, of course, social needs as well as academic and physical priorities. In the first part of the 20th century, our nation faced great challenges, including pandemics, world wars, and a global economic depression.
From Cameron Wilson, my question for tonight is whether the school buildings in Holyoke have been inspected properly. Having attended Lawrence School at one point, I remembered the ventilation being a problem. How do you plan to address our schools? Much needed renovations. Thank you. From Lori Banks, HPS teacher, I'm writing to share my thoughts about the hybrid reopening plan. I do not think this is in the best interest of our children, with other larger districts recognizing that there is no safe way to have our kids back in schools face to face. I strongly believe that Holyoke should start remotely and assess as the situation changes. We do not have the capacity to test every child and adult that is part of the HPS family. Therefore, there is no real way to safely know and keep track of the virus. I hope we can rethink this decision and act in a way that is safest for all concerned. Sincerely, Lori Banks. And from Caitlin Eaton of Norwood Terrace, dear members of our Holyoke School Committee, my name is Caitlin. I live on Norwood Terrace here in Holyoke. I'm also a teacher in Springfield, where our school committee made the difficult yet safest decision to begin the school year remotely. We educators are eager to get back to teaching and learning in person. Our greatest collective obligations, however, are to keep students, educators, families, and communities out of harm's way and to prevent a resurgence of COVID-19 in our communities and across the state. Therefore, the districts and the state must demonstrate that health and safety conditions and negotiated public health benchmarks are met before buildings reopen. We now know that COVID-19 is present in both droplet and aerosolized particles and has spread through respiratory transmission. The longer the exposure and the amount of virus plays a role in the risk of being infected. Air exchange is crucial. The HPS plan mentions that HVAC systems and air filters will be serviced and 60 air purifiers purchased. The HPS plan also references PPE and the order of it. I have some questions for consideration in regards to these vital safety measures. One, specifically in regards to ventilation, what benchmarks and timelines are in place to ensure HPS meets all of the environmental health and safety plan before returning to the buildings? Will there be publicly available document evidence of this? Do the HVAC systems and air filters reference meet only the DESI recommendations or the more stringent ASHRAE, ASHRAE, American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineer standards? Two, how is HPS acquiring the supplies needed for safety upgrades, enhanced cleaning products, and PPE? Does HPS anticipate any disruptions in the supply chain similar to what we experienced nationwide this spring? The mention of orders made for the first 3 months do not make clear whether or not these supplies are already secured and stockpiled for use by HPS. I ask that you do not bend to the pressures by DESI that school committees statewide have referenced in their reopening votes this week. Holyoke should not have to endure yet another COVID-19 tragedy. Sincerely, Caitlin Eaton. And that is it.
So that's that. Then here I go.
I also think we're back on Facebook any moment now, just FYI.
Are we okay though with the box cast? Okay, good.
I'm being told no.
Looks good here.
Okay.
It's live in my living room, so.
Yep,
Our-
I'm told it's working now, sorry.
It's like a minute delay.
Can I just say thank you to Sam and the folks at IT? Judy Taylor's texting me, like everybody is jumping on here trying to find out what they can do. So I appreciate you all.
Thank you, everyone. So the next one is from Yvonne Hilliard Ordonez. My name is Yvonne Hilliard Ordonez. It's kind of spelled differently here. And I am a middle school science teacher and also a mother of a preschooler and a newborn. I have worked in Holyoke going on 13 years now and am extremely concerned about the discussions to go back to school in person. As a science teacher, I teach my students to rely on reliable sources of data sets and teach them to analyze them. I keep hearing people say that children do not contract COVID-19 at the same rate as other populations, and that it is a reason why they should go back to school in person. However, as someone who believes in and teaches science, I would have to say this is a false statement that continues to be repeated. There is not enough reliable data out there to justify such a statement, as children have actually been one of the population's most isolated since March 2020, in addition to being one of the fewest tested populations worldwide. COVID-19 is a new virus that we are learning more about every day. A recent study was published stating additional side effects found in children of all ages, including neurological effects, negatively affecting their memory, and even changing their personality. Another recent study published states that children of all ages are now found to contract and be carriers of the virus at equal or sometimes greater rates than adults. Who knows the negative effects the virus will have on all who have contracted it in years to come. This is a confusing time for many and a difficult decision for many families for various reasons. I myself had a sinking feeling in my stomach while trying to decide what was the best option for my own child. But in the end, I know learning virtually is the safest option. It is the option where I know my little one, my family, staff, students, and the families of all my child's classmates will be the safest. Opening up schools in a hybrid model would be catastrophic to our community and families. There would be an increased amount of contacts for each student and staff that would spread the virus. Let's work together virtually and do the best thing for our community. The next one's from Mary Grimoli. Greetings. During these difficult and unprecedented times, I'm reaching out to you before tonight's meeting on the reopening plan. As a committed 30-year educator in the Holyoke Public Schools, I am very concerned about starting the school year in person. There are too many uncertainties and risks for students and staff. No one should have to choose between a paycheck and their safety and well-being for themselves and loved ones. Please support a remote back-to-school plan this fall. Thank you for your commitment to the Holyoke Public Schools. The next one is from Aaron Dunn. Hello, I am writing to you as a third-year Holyoke Public Schools teacher. I am asking you to please push for a remote start to the 2021 school year. There are many reasons why this is the safest, smartest option for Holyoke, first and foremost of which is the health and safety of our children, our teachers, our staff, and their families. To return to the school buildings in person in any capacity at this point in the pandemic is reckless, hazardous, and just not smart. Holyoke needs to support and value their educators, their children, and their lives and keep us all safe. There are too many issues and what ifs involved in going back to school. Too many of our buildings have old, out-of-date ventilation systems. Many do not have central air conditioning and or windows that open for fresh air. This past year, I only had one window in my classroom that opened, and it was near teacher desks with little circulation to the students. Many of our buildings have inadequate, unsanitary bathroom facilities, which only have cold water for hand washing. The amount of cleaning and disinfecting that will need to take place is mind-boggling. While City Hall, the school department offices, and the Massachusetts DESE offices are all closed to the public for the safety and welfare of all, we cannot plan on sending our children back to school. We cannot risk the lives of our educators, principals, staff, and others just to make some people happy. I ask that you please speak out tonight for the lives that will be at stake if we are made to go back to school in a few weeks. Please advocate for a remote start. The next one is from Corinne Thomas. My name is Corinne Thomas. I'm a third grade teacher at Donahue School in Holyoke. I am writing to you today to express my deep concerns on the issues of reopening schools. While many districts have opted for these hybrid plans, I absolutely do not feel safe returning to my building under these conditions. In fact, scientists are now arguing that hybrid may be the worst plan available. In my classroom at Donahue, I have one window that opens, an incredibly finicky HVAC. Not a single bathroom in our school has a window for ventilation. While many folks have argued that in-person schooling is better for kids, us teachers know that in-person school this year will not be so. My third graders will not be able to work collaboratively from 6 feet away. They will not get the developmentally appropriate socialization. Many of them, especially those with disabilities and those learning English, will not know what I and their peers are saying with our faces covered by masks. The idea that in-person is better for kids is not real. It is based on the wishful thinking of those who have never worked in classrooms. The only exception to that statement may be our ABL students who generally need hands-on instruction as they are learning behavioral and practical skills. Though remote learning in the spring was imperfect, it was not remote learning. It was emergency school. If Holyoke makes the decision now to go fully remote, we will actually be able to plan for better remote learning for the fall. We will actually be able to get resources to families. Parents, teachers, and schools will be able to plan. You are surely aware of the incredibly high rates of asthma in our city. Even before COVID, so many of my students would come to me after recess, gasping for air and asking to go to the nurse for their inhaler or nebulizer treatments. Imagine what will happen if those students catch COVID at school, especially given new research that shows that children do not contract and spread. Especially given new research that shows that children do contract and spread COVID-19. As you know, Holyoke has already been hit hard by this pandemic. Though I'm not sure what power your office has, given that our district is in state receivership, I am asking you to put our community first and advocate for a fully remote opening of schools. It's not official power on this issue. I am a deeply dedicated Holyoke educator, but even I have days where I consider leaving because the risk of going back feels too high. I have talked to many others who are weighing the same options and anxieties. As school committee members, I am sure you regularly put students and school staff first. As a Holyoke educator, I'm asking you to prioritize health and safety above political agendas. We need to keep our kids, families, and teachers safe. Cases are rising in Massachusetts, and from working in Holyoke schools, I can assure you that they will balloon in this city if we are sent back to school in person. You have the opportunity to lead on this issue, even if the school committee does not have the final say. You do have a bully pulpit to wield. Please make the choice to protect us. Sorry. Danielle Hayes, good evening. I am an ethics studies history teacher at the Dean campus and would like to share some concerns I have about going back to school in person. Though I deeply miss my students and value the relationships we build and the work we accomplish in person, I have some questions that our school leaders are not yet able to answer. How will we remain safe and healthy at Dean with an outdated HVAC system and in a building where many classrooms, including my own, have windows that are not built to open? If we have English language learners and students with special education needs in the building 5 days a week, while all other students have a hybrid model, does that not mean that those student populations will be at increased risk for contracting COVID-19? How will we staff the fully remote option and the hybrid option simultaneously and still provide students the quality of education they deserve? Do we have a threshold in terms of rates of positive results in our region for when we automatically go to a remote learning model? Will we, as educators, have adequate time to prepare? How will we, as a city, take responsibility for the inevitable infections and spread of COVID-19 in schools if schools reopen in person? At a time when we know that COVID-19 is hitting Black and Latinx communities harder than white communities, how can our majority white school leadership justify putting students and families at higher risk? Thank you for your support and advocacy. The next one, by any chance, did we read this other one? It's Kristen. Can you just look back real quick, Liz? Kristen Cozio? Does that name sound familiar?
I do not have Kristen Koziels.
Okay. So Kristen Cozio, good morning. I hope this email finds you well. I'm writing to you in regards to school reopening. I understand Dr. Vasquez Matos will be sharing his reopening plan at the school committee meeting tonight. I'm emailing to ask that you ensure this plan is safe for all stakeholders. As you know, Holyoke has a unique community where many of our scholars live in multi-generational households. It is not enough to consider the safety of our youngest members of the city, but also the elderly. Some recent research has shown that children can pass the virus just as efficiently as adults. I, along with other educators, have many concerns about the return to school. I am concerned about the building's capabilities to safely hold students for hours per day. Many of our HPS buildings are very old, and even with the generous updates we received in the past years, I don't believe our buildings are ready for students in terms of ventilation alone. I also worry about the cleanliness of bathrooms throughout the day. How will our bathrooms be cleaned in between each student use? With recent studies showing the virus may be aerosol, it is important to consider the bathrooms are not well ventilated, and it is proven that flushing toilets spreads particles. Our toilets do not have lids to limit the spread of particles. While teachers wear many hats, will we be required to sanitize classroom furniture and materials frequently? This is a change in working conditions for teachers and continues to take away from instructional time. There is no feasible way to clean tables and chairs in between activities with young students in the classroom. Many teachers are concerned about the availability of PPE and cleaning supplies. Disinfecting sprays have been out of stock since March. How will the district ensure we have adequate supplies in our building? As you know, masks greatly reduce the transmission of this virus. In Massachusetts, anyone over the age of 2 who is able to wear a mask is required to when social distancing is not possible. While a remote model is clearly the safest option, we do indeed return to buildings. Please push for the plan to require all students within HPS who are able to wear masks when social distancing is not possible and when traveling through the building. The spring was emergency learning. Teachers did their best to provide for their students. Remote learning in the fall will not look as it did in the spring. HPS has some of the hardest working educators in the state. Given the time and resources to teach remotely, our students will receive a high quality and equitable education. Remote learning will allow synchronous instruction, self-paced independent work, and small group virtual meetings. Students need individual attention. In-person school will not allow for crucial small group and individual instruction for students. At this point, a remote model of learning will be the safest for all students, staff, and families. COVID cases in Massachusetts have been rising recently. Public health officials have advised that the state move backwards to phase 2. Please use your power to question the hybrid learning and push for a plan that is safest for all stakeholders. Thank you for your time and service to the Holyoke Public Schools. Kelly Kennedy is a parent. Good afternoon. I am sending this email about my concerns of our children going back to school. While I believe they need to be in school every day, I am also extremely concerned about COVID-19. The numbers are not at all where they should be for us to allow our children to have in-school learning. Remember, these are children, and as much as they try, they do not always follow the guidelines that have been established. I do not want it to be a we regret opening over a well, we possibly could have opened situation. My child is the type of student who does need a bit of extra help and is a much better in school learner than an online one. But all the children and teachers deserve to be 100% safe. While COVID is still a problem, you will never be able to guarantee anyone's safety. And I'm hoping you have not only the students, but the teachers' health in mind as well. To allow only school staff to enter so they can remote teach is a much better option if they so choose. Because they are the only ones in their classrooms and can maintain the ideal cleanliness necessary. Their safety should also be a major concern. I would like to believe that this decision will be thoroughly thought out. Thank you for your consideration. Then I'm almost done, guys. I am so sorry. All right. Leah Destrom. I am reaching out to first express my gratitude to yourselves and all the school committee members for taking on this very complex and difficult topic and approaching it as thoughtfully and carefully as possible. Beyond thanking you, I'd like to encourage you to consider how our district might be able to approach remote learning while still supporting students who are vulnerable and in need of the presence of additional supportive adults in their lives. I know that consideration for significantly vulnerable students and families is a major complicating factor in the decision for our district because there are so many families with complicated sets of needs. I have already resolved to keep my own children home this year, and depending on what decision is put forth, I will either accept remote learning offerings or provide my children with a homeschool plan that is appropriate to their grade level standards. I understand that not all parents are themselves educators and are able to do this. I also understand that many families need to rely on the school systems as a form of childcare. I have significant concern for my children and my family's safety if I were to send my children back to a regular school setting because despite my greatest efforts to keep my family safe, I cannot ensure that other families have taken those same steps. If you have not already, I would like to encourage you to consider contracting with organizations such as the Boys and Girls Clubs to cultivate learning pods for students that have more complex needs or a higher vulnerability to fully missing the school year for lack of an adult who is able to administer remote learning. I will save you from what could become a very long-winded email and just say that I believe that remote learning is the safest for all students in Holyoke and that thoughtful planning and application of resources, along with a linking of arms with other community organizations can allow the district to still support the most vulnerable students and families in the district while ensuring our greatest chances as a community to keep transmission of the COVID virus low. Thank you for all you do. And then Alyssa Beaver. I am a Holyoke resident and a school psychologist in the Springfield Public Schools regarding potential in-person instruction schools, either in the all or in hybrid models. I, as a Holyoke resident, have several areas of concern because of the risk to safety of the school and wider community in Holyoke. In general, as I am sure you know, the Springfield School Committee voted yesterday to begin the academic year with remote learning because of safety concerns, particularly relating to the status of HVAC operations in buildings. Don't you have the same concerns for Holyoke? Just the other day, experts in Massachusetts urged Governor Baker to take a step back to phase 2 status, which he has just announced today. Given that Massachusetts is experiencing an uptick in positive COVID-19 testing and hospitalizations, it does not make sense to open schools when cases are rising. It would be prudent to avoid the creation of a hotspot by dialing back the reopening process. It seems that the testing and tracing capabilities are not yet sufficiently developed, given that there is a lag time to get results and that asymptomatic people with COVID-19 represent a risk to others and are also not likely to be tested. What plan is in place if there is a discovery of COVID-19 in a student or staff? At what point will the district decide that there is too much at risk? What are the criteria? How will notification happen to families and community regarding identified infection? How will tracing of contacts happen when students are ill? Are there sufficient substitute teachers to replace teachers who have to quarantine after exposure to children with COVID-19? Do the district and public have access to the numbers regarding community spread specifically in Holyoke to determine whether it is low enough? It's been difficult to find this info specifically for individual towns. Will every building's HVAC conditions be evaluated? It is important that air not just be recirculated. What about buildings without AC? From available information regarding the hybrid plan from DESE, it seems that DESE has recommended that second graders and younger will not be required to wear masks, and that older children and our families will be expected to provide their own masks. Also, apparently parents are expected to identify whether a student is running a fever, not school staff or nurse. How will this plan be sufficient to make school opening safe? What will happen with students who refuse to wear masks appropriately? A recent study found that children 5 and younger carry significantly more virus in their nasal passages than any other individual. A separate study revealed that children between 10 and 19 transmit the virus as frequently as adults. It is likely that the myth that children don't get COVID-19 has developed precisely because the shutdown of schools protected children from exposure. How can you be sure that children won't get sick, and also that they will not act as carriers and infect their families and teachers? Also, it's been suggested that some high-need students are deemed to need providers to use only face shields and no masks, yet recent research indicates that use of shields without use of masks is ineffective in protection of COVID-19. With lower functioning students with developmental and autism diagnosis, what PPE will be provided for both students and staff? Will staff be expected to provide their own PPE? Our high needs students require a significant degree of hands-on guidance and redirection. Keeping a distance of 6 feet is totally unrealistic. Does the district have enough custodial staff for the cleaning and disinfecting required in either the hybrid or all-in models? Are there sufficient staff and buses to ensure that bus transportation occurs in a way that social distancing will happen? What are the specifics about how transportation will happen? What about high school students who take PVTA? What bathroom accommodations cleaning are planned to reduce risk of transmission? There has been reporting of aerosolization of feces, and covers for toilets can be effective, yet most toilets in school buildings have no covers. If the school committee, DESE, public school administration all feel that discussion negotiations on this topic should occur remotely because you all don't want to risk transmission, why would you all think it's okay to expose children, teachers, and their families to the risk? Seems like a double standard. As a psychologist, my position requires me to work one-on-one to evaluate children for cognitive, social, emotional, and academic functioning to determine whether they meet criteria for special education services. Evaluation involves use of standardized administration, but our tools require face-to-face administration in close proximity so that minute details of the students' responses can be observed. The standardization allows us to compare a student's performance to national norms, but only if the integrity of the protocols is maintained. Evaluations take hours. One cannot observe facial expressions or accurately hear their verbal responses if they are wearing masks. Sitting in a room together without masks is too dangerous. Springfield was planning that each school have a 6-foot table in the testing room in each school and that plexiglass shields will be available. However, it is not clear how the requirements for our evaluations will be possible under these conditions. The testing cannot be done with 6 feet between psychologist and student. It is too big a distance to be able to see what the student is doing and for the student to interact with the testing materials. I am curious about how Holyoke psychologists have been trying to problem solve the issue of how to evaluate safely. Will the testing spaces in each school be shared with speech, language, and occupational therapy providers? Will it be used for direct services and evals? Will other staff have access to it? And then what will the cleaning procedures be? What will the procedures be for cleaning of the testing rooms between students and between providers on a given day? How do we keep 6 feet distance and still mix up the blocks for block design on the Wessler's intelligence scale for children after each item and observe the details required to accurately administer so many of the tests we use? How will we deal with testing kits that are shared with a zone, within a zone? We need to also think about all the materials used in testing. How can collaboration regarding these details happen? I'm sure there are many more questions. Who is involved in the development of procedures? Who understands what is involved in psychological evaluation? Psychologists and national professional organizations should be involved in developing alternative practices. Given that even Bay State Medical Center has not even been successful in avoiding a breakout, how does our administration expect public schools to avoid rising cases with reopening? It seems like the plan to reopen has proceeded without sufficient attention to both general and specific issues. The hybrid and in-person reopening plans place children, staff, and their families at risk to COVID-19's potentially deadly effects. No one should be considered expendable, but it seems our federal government and DESE think that we are expendable and have watered down the original CDC guidelines for schools. I implore you to show that the Holyoke School Committee does not share that attitude. I sincerely hope that we will be able to resume in-person education as soon as it is safe to do so. It just doesn't seem safe now. You as members of the school committee have a responsibility to help protect the safety of the entire Holyoke school community. Please stop this crazy experiment that places lives at risk. We have the opportunity to prevent a major increase in illness and death. Now is the time to act. Once an uptick begins, growth is exponential and very difficult to reverse. Please protect our health. Thank you for your consideration. And I have one last one, and that is it. Christina Trudeau, to whom it may concern, I am writing to you to express my concerns with the possibility of fully reopening our schools instead of starting fully remote with carefully guided phasing in as we learn more about numbers and this virus. This is something that I have truly been thinking long and hard about as the days have turned into months since the COVID-19 pandemic began. As we get closer and closer to the beginning of the school year, I have become more anxious thinking about all of the what ifs, and my normal excitement of starting a new school year is turning into fear. Here are a few of the many things that have been running through my brain the last few weeks. I worry about the slow increase in the numbers in our state. We began very diligently staying in quarantine, limiting outings and visits with anyone else. While my family and I are still very diligent, I worry about how others are starting to become complacent with social distancing and continuous use of masks, sanitizers, and consistent hand washing. I worry that some of those being less diligent and lax in distancing will be the families in my classrooms. While I plan on bringing a change of clothes and fully sanitizing before picking up my own children, what if I bring it home to my family? I worry about my students' health. I am an early childhood teacher, and while my students are cute, they are breeders of every virus out there. Every year, there are countless runny noses, sneezes, and coughs, which even with every effort, are not covered correctly and end up on their hands, materials, furniture, each other, and on us. I have a few concerns with this in particular. First, I often have at least one cold symptom on and off from October to March. We neurotically clean faces, hands, furniture, materials, but the germs are still everywhere. I am used to being sick, and thankfully, it is not usually enough for me to stay home. However, we are now supposed to stay home whenever we have a few of these symptoms. How will this work? We never have had enough subs in the past. We definitely will not have enough to cover every teacher with cold symptoms that have to stay home. Second, not being in school or really around different people since March, students, especially the little ones who have little built up immunity to different germs, will most probably become sick with cold symptoms sooner once they are with each other again. This is particularly concerning when they are not required to wear a mask or even a shield to keep some germs to themselves. I worry about my students' well-being. Students in preschool to second grade in particular thrive on collaborative play. They learn best in small groups, interacting and problem solving together. They share materials, build together, play house together, sing and dance, learn how to socially be together. How will they be able to do this sitting at desks, all sitting the same way in rows? This goes against every childhood model out there. Young children need to move and interact and are incapable of sitting for more than a few minutes at a time while staying engaged in academic work. I worry about my students with special needs, the ones who have no sense of personal space, who do not understand that they can't touch materials until center time, the ones who truly cannot sit still for more than a minute without an adult close by, who cannot properly hold a writing instrument or even sit without assistance. The ones who need consistent support during academic and social playtime to behave appropriately and safe. How do we help them, really help them, if we cannot be close to them? I worry about my young students often in their first school experience. They are nervous and scared about coming to school, often crying and or clinging to mom and dad for the first few days and sometimes weeks. I have built up a relationship with their families before school even starts, and we have come up with a plan to have them walk away after saying goodbye and giving hugs and kisses. They walk away with tears in their eyes while I am holding their child close, wiping their tears and guiding them into the room. They may sit in my lap while I read a story or play with a favorite toy together to calm their nerves and distract them from being sad. How do I do this now? How scary is it going to be when I'm wearing a mask and they can't see my reassuring smile? I worry about so many what ifs. As a teacher, we always need to have multiple plans in our heads to cover the many situations that may come up on the fly. We have developed a big bag of trips that I fear we won't be able to use. Now we have even more scenarios to plan for. At the expense of what? In my career in Holyoke, I have lost 2 students to illness. Going to a child's funeral is indescribable. I think of my colleagues who are my friends and second family, as well as my own family and friends who I do not see like I normally do. I cannot imagine one of them getting sick because I brought it home. These what ifs keep me up at night. They have formed a pit in my stomach that won't go away. I love my students. I love my job. I love seeing their little faces when they have learned something or get to do our many fun projects and games. The thought of not being in school with them and forming that family bond is heartbreaking, but the thought of losing them or their families or mine is indescribable. Please let us come up with a smart plan that starts with remote learning and slowly phases us back into school. I would rather have a hard year of remote learning that rolls into hybrid learning than have to comfort someone because they or their families are sick. Holyoke deserves to be safe. And maybe we come up with a plan that encourages families to form small pods for learning together with their classmates that may ease the burden of missing work and having to be home. Holyoke is so strong and has come so far. Help us continue to do this safely. I do not envy your job. Please do not take ours for granted. Respectfully, Christina Trudeau. That's it for public comment. Liz, you there? All right, thank you so much. So, thank you guys all for listening to all of the public comments, and I thank everyone who submitted their public comment. We heard your concerns, and so now we'll go to Dr. Vasquez Matos for the reopening plan for the Holyoke Public Schools. Oh, before we even start, just a quick housekeeping rules. If you're not one of the school committee members, just make sure to have your cameras off. And once we get to a section that you're going to be a part of and speaking on, then you will turn your cameras back on. So for right now, we just want to have the school committee and Liz and Dr. Vasquez Matos on the screens. Thank you.
Is Mr. McAndrew going before me or after me?
No, he goes after you. You are presenting the reopening.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for finding time, and thank you for all those who provided public comment as it relates to the reopening of our schools and where we're at. I do want to first by just stating that no decision has been made as it relates to the reopening of the plan. This is a living document that is evolving day by day, week by week, as we gather data, as we gather the feedback. And family situations, are critical to the successful of a reopening of schools. And, the effective stakeholder engagement must be inclusive, transparent, provide multiple opportunities for input, and including meaningful, clear and concise communication. And since my time here in Holyoke, we have been very intentional in communicating with our stakeholders, including our families, via written communication, Facebook Live, using social media platforms, surveys, and so forth. But at the end of the day, our goal as a school district is to make sure our schools are prepared to address the transition to back to school. You know, and the trauma behind the pandemic and many instructional issues is really the core focus of our work and how we actually are developing this plan. And the reality is that in many school districts, including Holyoke, students will likely return to schools with serious gaps, and their learning and retention and unique social emotional needs will need to have to be addressed. And so that is kind of really the forefront of our work. So I wanted to present to you visually where we at with our thinking and our planning based on all of the conversations and the stakeholder input. And so we call our plan a plan to welcome back all students. And you know, in today's agenda, in my conversation with the school committee and our community, is guided in different elements: our core values and framing, the context of our planning, the process, and kind of giving you an overview of what we've been doing since the beginning of the replanning, our return to school plan, and then allow for discussion and questions from the school committee. There is also additional information that is very important in the appendix. There was a lot of questions around, you know, where are we as a city as it relates to other cities and states on the percentage of COVID. And as you can see in probably one of the areas in the appendix, you'll see that the state of Massachusetts is actually what we consider in the green area, which means that it's actually in a very positive situation as it relates to positive COVID cases. So with that said, what are our core values? And so when we talk about our core values, next slide, please. The core values is actually guided in these areas. First of all, we recognize that the evolving nature of the health environment, health metrics, the political environments surrounded by COVID-19 really guides our conversations and focus in our work. And however, but we also recognize that we must be prepared to respond to new information, evolve, and adapt. And recognize this is a challenging time for everyone. And there is no one perfect solution for every student. But however, our goal is how our commitment to a pathway for every student. And what does that look like? With everything that is arising, with all of the data that being presented to us, with all of the levels of anxiety and fear among our community, how is it that we can actually find a solution that best meets the needs of our community in Holyoke? So safety is part of our core values in this planning. The fact that how do we engage in high quality teaching and learning, and making sure that our academic learning not only covers the academics, but all the holistic approach of our students, the social, emotional, and behavior, and the mental health are imperative. And making sure that we actually ask the question, are you okay? And demonstrating that we care and connecting with our students and staff at all times, with whichever model we decide to move forward with. And
okay. I'm sorry, Dr. Vasquez-Matos, but I guess there's a clarification that needs to be asked from Mr. Sheehan. And it's something that you mentioned. So what I will ask the school committee members, if it's comments or statements, unless it's clarifying, I'm going to let Dr. Vasquez-Matos finish. But when it becomes for clarification, obviously we'll stop him. But for everything else, we'll let him do his presentation. Mr. Sheehan.
I just think I missed on the last slide. I don't know if something cut out or not for me, and I don't know what it was. Did you reference that no decision's been made yet on the mode of instruction? Like I said, I think
that is correct. I've not made a decision yet.
Okay. So the whole presentation is based on no decision?
The presentation is based on this is our best thinking of what we're going to present as a possible model. So the next opportunity is actually to bring the context of where we are at. So what we've learned a lot about COVID-19 since March. And so we know that schools, based on the research and kind of the guidance that have been provided to us by medical experts, by the state and so forth, we do know that schools do not appear to have played such a major role in COVID-19 transmission. And the rates of COVID infection are lower for children than adults. If exposed, children may be less likely to be infected with COVID-19. And of course, all of this is cited data that is actually in the appendix of this presentation for reference. And if infected, it appears children may be less likely to infect others with COVID-19. However, we continue to review the guidance and any case studies or any new studies that appear and really make sure that it guides our decision. We also know that we must consider all risk that our students face as it relates to what would be the appropriate plan. And in conversations with the team and stakeholders, we do know there are risks of COVID infections. This is a new virus. And we know that it has long-term effects to which we do not know what they are. Some individuals have much greater risk of serious illness. But however, there's also risk for not returning to school. And when children are out of school, they are at increased risk for physical and mental health. And so some of these challenges include, but not limited to, abuse, neglect, malnutrition, obesity, social isolation, and depression. And the need for in-person instruction is particularly important for students with heightened behavior needs. And so what was the process? So since May, the district started to go in a mode of assessing. And the district launched what we call the Reopening Leadership Team, which is a committee of various stakeholders from teachers, administrators, school committee members, health experts, district staff, and they come together in a cadence of meeting to discuss how do we reopen school and reviewing, data and reviewing kind of cases and guidance that may come. And also we took the opportunity during the months of May and July to actually conduct surveys and see what families were thinking around reopening of schools and providing them, possible options of what and ask them of their thinking. How do they feel about transportation or access to devices? We also had the opportunity to survey our staff and see how do they feel about coming to work, whether it's in a hybrid model, whether it's in an in-person model. We also gathered a stakeholder input. In the last couple of weeks, I had one-to-one meetings with many community partners and kind of seeing what is their thinking and what is their planning as it relates to providing outreach and services to our community. And considering also academic options and looking at other districts, both nationally, locally, and seeing how, what would best meet the needs of our community. And also we conducted facility assessments and the facility capacity that was given to us by the guidance of the state. And then we went to our second component, which is between June and July, and started to create plans with guidance from DESE. And the goal was actually to take the data that we received and submit 3 different plans or 3 different models of educational approaches for our schools. And then the goal is actually for August and September to begin the implementation and preparation for whichever model we decide to reopen our schools with, and create professional development opportunities, making sure that all our facilities are up and ready and running, and meeting all of the safety protocols that have been provided to us. And then obviously in September, the goal is actually to begin the school year. We have not determined the exact date for a September opening date, but we do know that it will happen after Labor Day. And then also taking the opportunity to do the finishing touching of staff trainings and communication to prepare for the scenarios for the first day of school. So as part of the facilities assessment, as you can see that when we conducted the facility assessment in the next slide, we actually decided to do a site visit at every school building. And we know that kind of the average class size in a typical year in Holyoke Public Schools is an average of 22 students with a square footage of a classroom that has 725 to 900 square feet. And so while they provided us a range between 4 and 6 feet, we decided that it would be most appropriate and safer to actually make sure that all our schools have student desk 6 feet distancing in all our facilities. And as you can see in this illustration, once we actually are able to actually logistically place our desk at 6 feet apart, it allows actually for 11 to 14 students to be per class with 6 feet apart, which means basically the class will actually be divided in half. So here's actually another illustration. So we used the Canon Design Capacity Analyzer, which was provided by the state, as well as physical walkthroughs for every building with principals. And the facilities team actually did a great job in assessing the space and the configuration. And here you can see a difference between a 4 feet and a 6 feet in 2 different schools. We examined classrooms with student space at 3, 4, 5, and 6 feet apart. Again, here are 2 examples. Donahue was at 4 feet, and Ian White is at 6 feet. DESE recommended 3 to 6 feet apart, but our conversations with staff and family revealed that people are more comfortable with 6 feet apart, which is an adherence to the CDC guidelines and allows students to eat breakfast and lunch in the classroom and take mass breaks in the classroom if needed. And the next slide, this is just a reminder, this is the first survey that we conducted for our families. And as you can see, primarily, majority of our students preferred in learning, and then we had a 28% that preferred remote learning, and then another 35 which were still unsure. And in the next slide, you can, as a reminder from the last school committee meeting, this is the survey that we conducted with our staff. So in this survey, as a reminder, this survey was given in mid-July before we specifically outlined the health and safety protocols for staff and students. So staff was also sent an email on the 5th of this month to communicate the process if staff needed to request an alternative work arrangement. So human resources and the supervisor will work closely with staff to provide a reasonable accommodation when needed. The district will also give consideration to staff who have, some circumstances that go beyond the CDC recommendations or guidance as high risk. And staff assignments will need to be flexible and be reviewed periodically throughout the year or as circumstances change based on a hybrid or remote model. So we anticipate higher absenteeism and we'll therefore need a larger pool of substitutes. So that is part of our reality that we are trying to address. So the important part of this presentation, I guess, is kind of what the return to school plan. So as you know, and as I mentioned before, DESE asked us to develop 3 models. And so we developed an in-person, which is basically the traditional model that, we were engaged in prior to COVID, and then introducing a hybrid learning, which means that students learn both in person and remotely. And we also created a model for complete remote learning. And in our planning, we made sure that we pursued all and many of the safety precautions. And so we talked about face coverings, social distancing, enhanced cleaning, personal responsibilities, contact tracing, strong ventilation, staff training, and testing availability is actually included in our plan. And so consultation with our primary and clean supervisor laid out daily cleaning of all high touch places, point areas in our schools. Deeper cleaning will occur on Wednesday for every week and between cohorts. If we go in through a hybrid model, contact tracing will be conducted, and you will see that in a couple of slides very soon. And when we confirm a COVID-19 cases, if that is the case, the information will be shared with Holyoke Board of Health, and when appropriate, close contacts will be notified in writing and advised to get tested, quarantined in 14 days. We talked about strong ventilation. And so the HABIC system will be regularly checked, and frequency of air filter changes will increase. And when possible and when needed, windows and doors will be kept open. And of course, where needed, we will order air purifiers, which we actually have ordered approximately 60 of them. But if we need more, we will continue to order more as needed. We also will provide testing sites for families as well as employees if they require COVID testing or want to have access to COVID testing at any time, whether they have come to in contact or not. And of course, we will remind our families to make sure they also play a responsibility in the role of decreasing a community spread or transmission in our schools, and making sure that they actually follow and make sure they kind of be observant in the symptoms of COVID, which can be the same as the flu or a bad cold. And when in doubt, make sure that folks stay home. And this will be the same as well for our staff and employees. And we will closely follow the protocols of the COVID-19 scenarios to keep everyone safe. And in this illustration, you can see clearly that while specific responses may vary, there are some common elements for each possible COVID-19 case or scenario. For suspected COVID-19 symptoms, the nurse will evaluate symptoms, separate the symptomatic individual from others. The custodian will clean and disinfect spaces visited by the person. The individual will be referred for COVID-19 testing and advised to stay at home while awaiting results. If the test is positive, the individual will remain home for at least 10 days and until at least 3 days have passed with no fever and improvement in other symptoms. They should monitor symptoms, notify the school and personnel close contacts, and answer the call from the local Board of Health or the Massachusetts Community Tracing Collaborative to help identify close contacts to help them prevent transmission. Contact tracing will be initiated as soon as possible by the school nurses whenever an individual is known to be displaying symptoms related to COVID-19. When it is a confirmed 19 case, the information will be shared with the Holyoke Board of Health, and when appropriate, close contacts of a known COVID-19 positive individual will be notified and advised to get tested or quarantined for 14 days. All staff will be notified when there is a confirmed case in the building. It is important to note that the names of individuals are not provided to staff or families following federal regulations. So what do we think is, at this point, a model that we can actually introduce to our schools? And we're talking about a hybrid model. But the hybrid model actually also allows for parental choice. The hybrid model allows for about 50% of students in school on any given day. Cohort A will attend school in person on Monday and Tuesday, whereas cohort B attends in person on Thursday and Friday. They will engage in remote learning on days they are not physically present in school, including some live teaching on Wednesday. Their primary in-person teacher will be the same as their primary remote teacher. We will diligently clean between cohorts. We will also want to ensure that students who need the most support can receive more support. So our students with disabilities who have more significant needs and level 1 and 2 English learners can come to school daily for small group instruction. Finally, families have the option to opt into full remote learning, what we're calling the HPS Virtual Academy. And so the HPS Virtual Academy will allow for self-paced study with, as well as synchronous live learning with an HPS teacher for check-ins and instructional support. We will survey families for the intent to commit to specific learning models for the length of the term, trimester for grades pre-K and through 5 and 6 and 7 at Veritas, and quarter for all of the grades. Here is a sound of a sample of what we would imagine a day of a student will look like. So in person, as you can see in an elementary and middle, daily instruction in literacy, math, science, and social studies, teachers rotate in class to reduce student group movement and frequent hand washing and mask. In the high school, again, daily instruction in all 7 classes with ESL embedded throughout the day and their courses, frequent hand washing, and so forth. On Wednesday, we begin the synchronous specials and teacher session, independent assignments in core. In the high school, teachers meet with each class synchronously, keeping to the schedule. In all the remote, independent assignments in core content every day. SEL is also embedded in these courses. In the high schools, independent assignments for the classes every day. So a sample in-person schedules, here is a sample in-person schedule for an elementary school and middle school. They will start at 8:30 and end at 3:35. As you can see in these schedules, they will also have blocked out times for interventions, hand washing, and also mask breaks. Here is as well as the middle school sample schedule. Each school can adjust as needed based on the logistics and kind of what needs might be unique to each of the sites. However, this is kind of our best thinking as it relates to a good start for a sample in-person schedule in the early and middle school. Here's another sample for the high school. School will begin at 8 with arrival and breakfast in class and ending the day at 2:55. As you can see, we will follow class periods and content specific courses, again with certain breaks for hand washing as well as mask breaks. We will also ideally want to provide additional supports for English learners. Technology-based activity during class supports digital literacy, acquisition of tech vocab used in all core classes, also supports swift transition to full remote learning in the event that we need to quickly pivot to completely remote. And so, for example, the first unit in this is SEL and reintroduction to academic language, and the content and scope and sequence is aligned to the content and standards as well as the WIDA standards. We also want to provide, additional supports for students with disabilities. So the special education department has had early success with in-person learning for this Transition Academy summer program. Remote learning for the rest of the summer programming has also been much more engaging for students. Detailed guidance will be provided to schools to ensure delivery of special education services to our students. Students with complex needs must meet at least 2 of the following criteria to receive full-time in-person learning while meeting current health and safety requirements. Students with disabilities who are identified as high-needs students who spend approximately 75% of their school day outside of general education classroom, and education service providers. As well, another criteria is that students who cannot engage in remote learning due to their disability needs can participate in-person all week of learning, as well as students who primarily use aided or augmentative communication. IEP meetings will be held virtually unless special accommodations are needed for families who have trouble accessing internet, and students who are duly identified as English learners will also be accommodated accordingly. And what we want to also be intentional in our plan is also the social emotional learning and supports for all students. So we will support our students' social emotional learning and mental health upon return and prepare to meet their individual needs through the continuous supports. And so using a best practice and thought out curriculum such as the Great Body Shop as an anchor for social emotional learning for curriculum for K-12, or the Dangers of the Mind for middle school and high school. This model would allow for activities for students such as mindfulness and relational practice for community building and communal support. It would also allow for our schools to allow facilitation program and change of the school facilitated by in-person or virtual walkthroughs for fidelity of the fidelity of the interaction of the students. We will also be using kind of the Holyoke Mental Health and Wellness Coalition for tiered supports in partnership with our supporting agencies. We will also modify our three-pronged approach to family engagement to support families remotely as well. This is an area of improvement that we learned from kind of the spring experience of virtual learning, that we have to be very intentional in making sure that every student has a caring adult assigned to them so that they can actually check in and making sure they have the supports needed. So the outreach can happen for many reasons, but attendance and other disengagement are 2 important ones. So the FACE team uses a systemic approach, utilizing trackers, working as a team with school leaders and holding each other accountable. So becoming proactive in the outreach and providing ongoing support and outreach to families via in-person and virtual for educational programming, and in-person and virtual and telephonic needs to triage and case manage student needs. And then we have the kind of what we call the reactive outreach, which is the support and outreach to families in collaboration with school-based teams for emergent needs. So outreach efforts will happen to ensure that we are effectively communicating with our families. We also want to build the capacity of our staff. And so we are going to be very intentional of making sure that our professional development will focus on safety and high quality teaching and learning. And so in the month of August, district-wide PD will be conducted, as well as allowing school-based leaders to conduct school-based PD specific to safety and health protocols. Our district-wide PD will be intentional of understanding content and standards and blended learning, as well as additional PDs in November and January, and then continuing with weekly professional learning around reflection and improvement of safety protocols and data team cycles for instructional planning and blended learning, which will happen every Wednesday of the week. And we will implement a comprehensive facilities and operations plan to keep everyone safe. We address much of this on slide 16, and there are slides with greater details in the appendix. So when we talk about cleaning, disinfecting will be done every day before the opening and the closing of the building, with deep cleaning done once a week. A professional development program will be implemented and will include rigorous training methods that will incorporate the use of specialized equipment such as electronostic and manual pump disinfectant sprayers. The training will ensure that all staff is capable of performing these procedures. The protocol of personal protective equipment will also be included in our training to ensure the health and safety of our staff and our students is addressed. We will be implementing requirements that coincide with both CDC and state recommendations. So, for example, upon reopening of a building, one custodian per floor in a larger school building will be responsible for disinfecting all touch points and high traffic areas before all other staff. Prior to performing these tasks, the custodian will be required to wear the proper PPE required for including, but not limited to, exam glove, the protective mask, face shield, or safety goggles. The HVAC air quality system. So throughout the 12 buildings that house all of Holyoke Public Schools students, there are a variety of commercial HVAC. The size and power of these systems vary depending the size of the building. Each and every system utilizes replacement filters that are changed out twice a year. Our custodial maintenance staff are trained to know the location, size, and methods to install in order to ensure air coming into the building is clean as possible. Including in the preventative maintenance of these systems is the cleaning and disinfecting of the coils with the proper chemicals and methods. One of our sites currently using a ionization system that is installed in the air ducts, which information can be found in the appendix, which eradicates harmful and contagious particles from the air circulating throughout the system, is in place in our schools. And we are currently looking into installing this system in each of our schools. So as we continue the HVAC and maintenance system, the preventive maintenance will be conducted as prescribed by the recognized industry standards and preventative maintenance procedures established. Building maintenance staff will confer with service providers to ensure timely service of delivery of our buildings, ensure that we are vigilant in checking and increasing outside air exchange rates to specific equipment's full potential, maintain and review the regularity of all preventative maintenance and inspection records to ensure and confirm that maximum HVAC efficiency have been provided, and upgrade and replace air filters with greater regularity to reduce COVID-19 transmission potential. So at this point, I'm going to stop there. That was a lot. I do have also my team with me to add additional clarifications to questions that I may not be able to answer as it relates to our, where we at in what we think is our best model to begin school.
So Dr. Vasquez, I was just going to say, so let's remove the screen with and then those on your team. So we're going to do the school team first. Those on the school team that are part of your discussion, in case that we have some questions, if they want to pop in now to be available.
Yep.
So that way.
Yep. They're all on. So if I can't answer, I'll introduce them and they'll just.
Okay. Sounds good. So I do have some hands raised. So I'm going to go with Miss Brunel first.
Okay. I just would like to start with by saying thank you to all of the people that took their time to write in tonight. I think it's critical that we not only hear from parents, but especially the teachers. So I just want to thank every single person that took their time to express their views tonight. I actually wrote down what I wanted to say tonight, which is very uncharacteristic for me, but okay. So all day I've been going around and around about how to best begin to discuss tonight's tonight's hybrid reopening plan and my disagreements with our current plan to open with a hybrid model. Then, as I caught the tail end of Governor Baker's press conference today, he gave me the words I had been searching for. He asked a reporter, "What's one of the things New Englanders love most about their government?" And he then answered his own question with this: local government, and the ability for a community to decide what is best for their community. This point really stuck with me because you see, here in Holyoke, the elected body I was chosen to serve on doesn't get to decide what's best for our community. We have to rely on a receiver appointed by the State Commissioner of Education to decide what he feels as though is best for our community. The commissioner feels strongly that districts should be conducting in-person education this fall. Well, Dr. Vargas Matos, I'm sorry that you just arrived here and that you're challenged with such a heavy task, but I'm here to tell you, absolutely not. Holyoke should not be planning to reopen with a hybrid model this September. I am here to speak up on behalf of the parents, teachers, and residents that elected me and that have been emailing me and telling me that they do not feel safe reopening. And the slides you just presented, an overwhelmingly majority of those teachers said they don't feel safe. I'm here as a mother who fully understands how upset her kids will be when I have to tell them that they can't go to school this fall. I'm here as a single mom with a full-time job who will have the very real struggle of managing virtual learning while trying to maintain my employment. I'm here to plead with you to not reopen Holyoke Public Schools in person this fall. I could sit here and I could pick apart the plan and I could ask my 50 questions about this or that, but I won't, because I know no matter the answer you give me, it won't suffice. It won't be able to help me understand how city government offices, including central offices of the Holyoke Public Schools, City Hall, the Commissioner of Education's office, and the governor's office, just as a few examples, are not safe to be open. Mind you, we're also conducting this meeting virtually. I reached out to the HTA, the Holyoke Teachers Association, and I invited Peter McAndrews, their president, to join us in this meeting tonight. How could we even think about discussing such an issue without their presence? Our teachers are not given the voice they deserve, and I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to allow Peter McAndrews, the president of the Holyoke Teachers Union, to discuss how the teachers feel about this and the vote that they took today at 12:30.
So we
I'd
have
like to make that motion.
And I'd like to second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Brunel to suspend the rules and allow for Mr. McAndrew, the president of the MTA, to speak about for the teachers, or in regards to reopening plans, seconded by Ms. Rebecca Burks. So we need a roll call, please, Liz, wherever you may be.
Is there discussion?
Discussion on, are we doing discussion still on Dr. Vasquez Matos, or
On the motion.
So we haven't even done a vote on it yet. So
Discussion comes first, Mildred.
So discussion comes first. So is there discussion?
Yeah, I just want to know if we invited all of the union presidents.
No, we did not.
Okay.
So are there any other questions or discussion on the motion? So could we get a vote, a roll call vote, please, Liz?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Morris? Mayor Morris, are you still there?
No, he's not.
Ms. LaFave?
Yes.
Mr. Sheehan? Mr. Sheehan, thank you.
He's giving a thumbs up.
Sorry, again, I have windows open here trying to do too many things on one computer. Ms. Brunel? That was a yes. I saw her lips. I'm reading that.
Yes, sorry, gotta press unmute.
Miss Tinsley Williams, are
Sorry,
you here?
that was a yes. I just couldn't get unmuted for a
I
second.
saw your thumbs up, Mr. Sheehan. Miss Tinsley Williams, are you still here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Was your vote yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Burks?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Feliciano Sims?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wellahan?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Collmore, can you unmute yourself? Okay. Mr. Kushane?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so vote passes. So we will have Mr. McAndrew, if he can just go back on video and go ahead and speak.
Well, thanks so much. It's getting dark. I'm outside, and I want to piggyback on Aaron's thoughts. Thanks so much to all the folks who took the time to share their concerns with us today. I think it's so important for us. Many of us have heard those concerns already, and I think we need to continue to listen. In the past month, I've had an opportunity to meet with Holyoke educators, paraprofessionals, and teachers, and I will say the number of participants in those meetings continues to grow to the point that we have to upgrade our Zoom. There's so many people are so anxious at this point. Two things really come out loud and clear to me at those meetings. One is that members of the Holyoke Teachers Association and members of the Holyoke Paraprofessionals Association want what's best for the children of Holyoke. And secondly, I think best stated by Ann Brennan. She's a physical education teacher at Ian White School today. She said to me after the meeting, Pete, the anxiety is palpable. And at a Zoom meeting, right, this is real. I want to acknowledge the hard work, because I know, right, that the educators across the district and district leaders, and I don't want to leave anybody out because I know they've worked so hard to produce the plans that the Department of Education, elementary and secondary education, has demanded. Plans that meet the needs of our students. They were so cognizant of that. They've worked so hard in doing that. And I want to acknowledge the work that they have done. We truly are allies in our desire to do what's best for our kids. I believe that we are. Our responsibility at this point, I really feel, is that we keep students, our educators, and the community at large safe. We did take a poll, Aaron alluded to it. So the Department of the Massachusetts Teachers Association, which, thank you, I think it was Mildred, I would love to be the president of, but I'm the president of the Holyoke Teachers Association. They put out a statement, their board of directors, right? And it's getting dark, but I'm going to read you the statement. The statement was that districts demonstrate that health and safety conditions and negotiated health benchmarks be met before buildings reopen. And our educators in Holyoke overwhelmingly supported that statement. We had close to 200 people respond, and only 4 didn't support that statement. It was like 98% of our responses to that. Each of our buildings, they offer unique challenges. And I would like to partner with district leadership, city leadership, school committee, our Board of Health, state, as they need to be included in these discussions as well, to assure that our buildings are safe for our children to return to them. I know Dr. V has outlined many of the precautions that are put in place. I just don't think we're ready at this point to reopen. And so that's an ask. I'm asking that we can partner, and I'm also asking that any decisions that will be made forthcoming will take into consideration the many points that were brought forward here tonight. I mean, there are so many moving parts in this pandemic and the reopening of schools, and everybody's input is so valuable and so important, because none of us can really realize what other people are dealing with in this situation. So I want to thank those folks that came on board tonight to give their statements. And I think we need to partner together to make this school safe for our kids, and whatever that means. If that means that we walk through those schools, school committee, Holyoke Teachers Association, the Holyoke Paraprofessionals Association, our Board of Health, and we make sure that those schools are safe for our children to return to them. thank you once again for your time, and I appreciate everybody's efforts in this. I mean, I know that everybody's working hard, and I have a lot of faith in the Hoyoke community. I really do. That we'll do what's right.
Thank you so much. And I meant to say HTA, MTA just came out of my mouth. It just rolled out. So
Sounded good to me. Thank you.
I know that I did see another hand up, and that was from Miss Burks. Miss Burks, did you still have a question, a comment?
I had comments. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to Mr. McAndrew. I just had some comments in questions about the presentation. No, so I can go.
I'll make a motion to go back into the normal order of business.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
It's a sweet serve.
Give me a sec, please.
No problem, Liz.
Devin and Irene.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
multitasking again. Mayor Morris, who's back with us?
Hi, sorry, Liz. What are we voting on right now?
To go back to the regular order of business?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Ms. LaFave?
Yes.
Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
Ms. Brunel?
Yes.
Ms. Tensley Williams?
B.
Thank you. Mrs. Burks?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Feliciano Sims? If you're talking to me, you're on mute. Where are you? You're hidden by my document. Is she still there? Irene, are you there? Skip Irene.
Yes, I couldn't unmug.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Willahen?
Yes.
Mr. Collmore? Okay. Mr. Cushane?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Burks. So motion passed. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you. So first off, thank you to everybody who wrote in tonight. Like Aaron, I've spent today really trying to pause and reflect on everything, reading emails that were coming in on both sides. And I'm going to be honest, after watching the presentation tonight, there's no way that I can support going back with the hybrid model. Looking at those pictures of classrooms and actually being somebody who's been in those classrooms, there's no way I can support it. I'm standing behind our teachers. I think some of them are really, really afraid. And I think it's for multiple reasons. And I think everybody's trying to focus on the kids, but I think that this is way too risky. We're not ready. When we went out in the spring, we weren't ready for the hybrid model. I was able to see the hybrid, to see the online model in work over the summer, and it was very different from what was presented when we went out in the spring. They were doing a lot more work. They had the accessories and tools that they needed. I also saw the transitions program go live with those students in the highest population that have some of the highest need, but also highest risks. And I will say that that was a program that was really well run and done and thought of and thoughtful, and those kids were safe. Actually, those adults were safe, but it's a very different program in the sense that they are adults, and it is a much smaller program. So that in person was really able, they were able to hone in to make sure that safety was a top priority. But again, they are adults, and it was a different kind of programming. I can honestly say I am beyond concerned with the plan that was presented. I know everybody worked really hard, and I'm not taking anything away from that. But the truth of the number is we are not coming up with a safe plan. Every community around us has gone virtual because it is the safest possible plan. I do know that we have high-risk students that need to be able to somehow get some in-person skills. And maybe it's we need to teach PPE and having some home visits, something we need to be creative there in regards to our ELL students and our special ed students. We need to be a little bit more creative, but I do not think it is safe to go back in person. And I think that this decision needs to be made. We really need to stop messing with these families. You know, I know that Devin asked the question earlier, but we need to be mindful that some of these families, if we do the online version and just the remote learning, these parents need to find, care for their children. They have to notify their jobs. There's a lot of pieces that need to come into place. And we need to really start preparing our teachers for this, going online and making sure they have everything that they need. The students have what they need. And I think that us dragging our feet and not making a decision is just making this worse for everybody, for the students, for the families, for the parents, for the teachers, for the staff. It's just anxiety nonstop. And it is our responsibility as district leaders to make sure that we take some of that anxiety away. Make a decision and let's move forward. But it is not safe. No one in their right mind can say that this is safe to go back under this situation. And every other district around us, including East Hampton tonight, has decided that it's not safe. So what makes us think that we're special, that it's safe? I just don't get it. I don't believe that the buildings are safe enough to be able to ventilate properly. So I'm concerned. I don't think this is right. I don't think it's a smart move. I think we need more planning. And I also think September 8th as a start date, when other districts are all going, middle to end of September, we're not ready. We're clearly not ready. And the fact that we can't even come up with a decision shows even more, another layer that we're not ready. And then in regards to the presentation itself, oh, sorry. Let me shut up. So in regards to
everybody else has to stay on mute. So please make sure that you're on mute if you're not speaking. Go ahead, Ms. Burke.
So in regards to the presentation itself, a couple of the things that I picked out with the presentation, and the additional supports for students with disabilities, it was stated that, one of the criteria is going to be that 70% students that are taken outside of the general ed classroom for 75% of the time would be meeting one of the criteria. That concerns me in the sense because, bringing up Dr. Zweig, he had worked on a full inclusion model and making sure that our special ed students were being included into the regular ed classroom. So those students that are being included, that are on IEPs, that have all of those delays, according to that statement, wouldn't be possible for the 5 days. So that's just not equitable in regards to that. I'm concerned about the schedule. When I'm looking at the elementary schedule, I think anybody who has been in preschool or elementary school, I'm looking at just the lunch/recess alone, 30 minutes to do hand washing, lunch, recess, a break from their masks. Like, that's mind boggling to me because little people need much, much longer. They take a bit. So, the schedule's another question. And, I think the other key thing that really mostly frustrated me is we need an answer. We need an answer. Like, we legitimately need an answer. We need to move forward, whether it be we are going hybrid and we need to prepare, or we are going, full virtual. But we need to start really planning and focusing on a plan, but a decision needs to be made because these families need to prepare, these staff needs to prepare, and we need to prepare our kids. And we can't do that without an answer. So I'm going to stress that, like, you got to make a decision because we can't live in limbo. This is just too much. People are way too stressed. Tensions are high. And before this turns into like a battle royal, with people going up against people for their different points of view, we need to make a decision. Thank you.
Okay, I see Mr. Kershane.
Hi, good evening. I just want to thank everybody for writing in, and I received a number of emails all throughout the day. I tried to respond toward the end of the day after I had read a number of different points of view. And I think that it's pretty clear that our teachers are very concerned for their safety, the safety of our students. And I think that we really need to look to a remote start to this. But I think that as time goes by, we might want to look to our older students. I did hear one very interesting point of view today that I just want to put into this conversation. A lot of our high school students, especially our older students, they have been living through this pandemic, working, putting themselves in the public every day. A lot of them have grown to have some very mature habits regarding safety and wearing a mask and social distancing. And I am concerned about our next graduating class, and seeing if there's ways, especially at both the North and South campuses, to see if there's ways that we can help them with the hands-on types of classes, maybe in very small class settings, maybe staggered, throughout the day, maybe into the evening, so that we might be able to bring shops on board. We might be able to have some guidance for our high school seniors. And, but overall, my opinion is strongly that we do a remote start, but then gradually slowly bring maybe not the entire school district on at one time. And I just want to maybe, put that notion into our plan. But I agree with my fellow counselors that school committee members at this time, I think the only way forward, the only responsible way forward, is to support our teachers who have come forward today and go to a remote start to the school year. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cushane. I have Mr. Wellahan.
Thank you very much. Just like to thank Dr. Matos for the presentation and his staff. It was well done. I'd just like to probably agree with my colleagues that probably the remote start probably should probably take place remotely right now. We should probably delay the start of the in-person year probably till maybe January. I know we're having most of the local schools and local colleges are kind of going that route. They're kind of backtracking on having the students back in class full time and part time actually. So I just think the remote start should be first and foremost in our minds. And I think I'd just like to thank the teachers and the parents and the students for voicing their concerns and letting us know how they felt. And I just think that we should really heed their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wellahan. Mr. Sheehan.
Yes, thank you. I mean, similar to what others have said, I do appreciate the emails, and I did try to respond to as many as possible. I think I got most of them back to folks. Now, I mean, I had the opportunity of serving on the reopening committee and attending most of the meetings for that, but I do have some detailed questions when looking at the report, because I feel like that I just need to understand more. And I will tell you that I've had conversations with so many different partners throughout all of this, and I definitely believe that there's some sort of remote start that should occur, but I also believe there needs to be some benchmarks to it, and just to see what we're going to look at when students may return. And that could be any number of things. We've heard talks of vaccines and different things like that, but I think that in a time frame there needs to be some, but I do have some detailed questions. So I was focused a lot on some of the HVAC areas that were talked about in the report. So what I decided to do was, we had the engineering report done in November 2016 that the Mass School Building Authority had paid for. So I thought it would behoove me to look at what SVT determined for our schools as an independent body of some of the reports. So I just want to kind of go over that and ask some questions from that. So when I'm looking at the SVT report, where it talks about the schools, with Donahue School, the mechanical systems are rated fair in that building. So with that rating of fair, how does that correlate to the relationship to the HVAC system at Donahue and its usage during this? If it was rated fair in 2016, has that been replaced?
So I have Mr. Soto here, who can answer that, because he has better context of those reports than I would be able to explain right now.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Devin. So most of our mechanical systems in that report were rated either mostly fair. I think what they looked at was the infrastructure that was in place in the schools. If a school had a boiler that was more than 30 years old, that was one of the considerations that went into deciding how they were gonna, whether they were gonna call it fair, poor, in good working condition. So some of our schools that have brand new boilers or recently replaced boilers got a higher rating. And I did notice in that report that as far as them analyzing the mechanical systems, some of the things that they referenced in that report is asking staff. Like, I even saw in there that a custodian reported that air quality is poor. Staff reported that air quality was poor. I think, when they did these facilities walkthroughs and asked people, it wasn't like they went in and did a air quality assessment or analysis. They asked staff, and this was in the summer. We do have a lot of buildings that are old, a lot of buildings that have window unit ACs, and when it's hot out, it feels uncomfortable inside, but that is in no way an indication that the air quality is poor. Most recently, in the last year, in fact, we've had professionals come in and do an air quality assessment based on recommendations from staff. A couple of our schools were concerned that the air quality was poor. And when they do those air quality tests, they're looking at carbon dioxide in the air. Students are breathing in classrooms. How much of that, the carbon dioxide that they're exhaling, how much of that is staying in the air, and how much fresh air is coming in? And both of those reports analyzed that our existing systems in those two schools, which ironically enough, one of them was Donahue and one of them was Peck. They analyzed not running the system and what the carbon dioxide levels were, and then after running the systems, and both determined that there were the acceptable levels of carbon dioxide, meaning that the airflow is working and it's coming in. I think when staff say air quality is poor, they're talking about how hot it is, and I don't want to offend anyone who made a statement about poor air quality. So please understand that. But what I think is, given the tests that we have done, and the fact that we have functioning HVAC systems, not AC systems in many of our schools, but definitely ventilation systems, We have worked with all of our vendors, mainly Cody, who manages our HVAC systems and does all of the repairs. And they've worked hard to ensure that maximum airflow is coming out the building. So I think to answer your question, more to the point, when they talk about mechanical systems, I don't think they're talking about the air quality. They're talking about whether your boiler is old, how old is your actual units, and things of that nature. But we have inspected every single one of our filters, every single one of our systems. Yeah, our utility costs would go up if we're using the buildings because we plan on running the ventilation more regularly, and to make sure that there's regular air coming into the building and going out. So that will increase utilities costs if that were the case. But our systems are working properly.
And who is the we that did these inspections?
Forbes and Wheeler is
do you have
Forbes
a
and Wheeler is, yes.
Can you send that out or send to Liz to? And can we also get a copy of that air quality report that was done at Donahue and Peck?
I will consult to make sure that there's nothing in the report. I mean, the reason these reports came out was because there was a staff that, that reported issues. So I just want to make sure with our HR team that it doesn't compromise anybody's. But yes, I'd be happy to share those reports. I'll provide them to Dr. V, and then he can.
Yeah, and just since you mentioned them during the meeting, they're actually now officially part of the public record. So like Liz would need a copy of them, since you even mentioned the existence of the reports. They would become part of this meeting public record. Okay, so back to Donahue. Do all the windows open at Donahue in the classrooms, or at least one window per classroom open?
I just had a conversation with Whitney about all of our windows. And he mentioned to me that all the classrooms either have a door or functioning windows that can be used to increase the air coming into the building.
And does opening the door meet the safety guidelines set in just for school safety and security? When you talk about like a security plan, is opening the door adequate to, let's say, the standards set by the Holyoke Police Department to leave that open, or for school standards of safety?
I don't have the answer to that question, but I would imagine that no, if I were to ask the police department, they would probably say that opening a door is not recommended and not safe.
Okay, so now, I can go through each school, but a lot of our schools have window issues. So, actually back to Donahue again. So is it ready with, do we have directional signage ready for the school? Has the office been equipped with plexiglass, et cetera?
That work is going to be done over the next few weeks, but we do have all of the materials that we need to outfit our buildings. And, there's a plan in place right now to make sure that all of that equipment and signage is in place. Okay. In the event that, we do bring back students.
Okay. And then there was the mention, before I go to the next school, with there were 60 air purifiers that were purchased, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are those in?
Mm-hmm.
They're in. So we have
we haven't received all 60 of them. We've received, I believe, 23 of them, and the rest are on order.
Okay.
They are hard to find. We have one of the recent improvements we've made to our procurement process is the ability to use Amazon, but there is a limit to the amount we can order. So we're using whatever vendors we can find that have it, including Amazon. We're ordering as many as we can. So I'm pretty confident that we'll get those within the next few weeks.
Okay. And then is all the PPE in that was referenced? Has it arrived where we talk about we ordered it for the first 3 months of school? Is it here?
Yes. In most cases, we have a 3-month supply, if not more. The biggest concern, or not necessarily a concern, but what we don't have in place right now is the N95 masks. And there's a, we're working with the city, Rory and the health department. We're working with them to secure N95 masks. We got fittings scheduled for all of our nursing staff to make, the N95 masks. You can't just go out and buy them. They actually have to be fitted to the person. So we are having fittings done within the next week so that we can place that order.
Okay. And would you say that, so I don't have to go through each building, but in every building, does every room that students would be in have operable windows?
Yes, as far as I'm aware. The biggest concern we had was at Peck, and I'd be happy to announce that over the summer we've contracted with a vendor to make 120 windows operable throughout the building, which would get at least one window in every classroom operable. As you know, that has been a concern for many, many years, and we were able to work with a vendor and come up with a solution to make 120 windows at Peck operable. And most people are aware we just got brand new windows at Morgan Kelly and Sullivan, and like I said, that the biggest concern was Peck, and I think we're going to address that this summer.
Okay. Okay, and I'll go to that after. So let's talk, and I was looking in the presentation, but just, can we talk about what transportation would look like?
Yeah, transportation, once a decision is made, I can tell you what the recommendations are from the state, but one of the things that we would have to do.
I know we're talking about once the decision, let's assume that we're going with a hybrid model. Like when we're talking about transportation,
okay.
Make that assumption.
Assuming we go with a hybrid model, we would follow DESE's recommendations and go one student per seat. Unless they live in the same home and are siblings, then they could sit in the same bench. That would mean, Devin, that we would have to significantly reduce our ridership, and going to a hybrid model would do that. But there are some luxuries that we've been able to offer to families that we may not be able to offer in the upcoming school year in a model that is hybrid. For example, students that didn't qualify before for busing, but were attending an after-school program at the Boys Club or the YMCA, enjoyed the luxury of us being able to bus them. But unfortunately, given these standards and the fact that we drastically have to reduce ridership, that's just not something that my office is recommending. I'm not saying a decision has been made on that, but if we are to follow the state's guidance on transportation, that's something that we have to consider. We have had out of zone students, on a case by case basis that have chosen to go to a school that's outside of their zone and may have a bus stop that is, a half a mile down the road, and parents have asked, please let my child ride the bus. And we've made exceptions in those cases, but unfortunately, with the guidance that we currently have to abide by, those are things that we really have to evaluate, and it'd be difficult to continue those service levels and remain compliant.
Okay, and I'm going to just ask that we refrain from calling those luxuries. I don't necessarily believe
my
that
apologies.
Bus ride to the Boys and Girls Club is a luxury for a student. With that, I understand what you meant, that we were providing it and we maybe didn't have to, but it is in no means a luxury for our students with that.
My apologies. What I meant, it's not a requirement, and you're right, that was a bad choice of words, and I apologize.
It's the bus driver in charge of making sure that there's one or possibly two students per seat. So that's something that we'll have to discuss. I did, one of the things that I'm exploring is one of the recommendations that DESE has is to have a bus monitor on every bus. That is definitely something that's costly. It's over $500,000 if we were to contract that out to our vendor. But I still need to consult with Dr. V and with our Chief of Talent, Beth Gage, to see if the possibility if there's some other
employees that we can offer a stipend to do that work. It's been done in other communities. It's been done in the past in Holyoke, where our paraprofessionals actually serve as bus monitors. That would be a way to be a little more cost effective, but it is something that we are considering, and ultimately a decision will have to be made on that. But I don't think that the bus driver, in my opinion, my professional opinion, could safely get kids to school on time, and stick to the, we try to pride ourselves in keeping the run times below 45 minutes. If the bus driver had to do that work, we'd be having longer bus runs and potentially students getting to school late. So that's not something that I would be recommending the bus monitor to do that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And I mean, I have a whole host of questions, so if anyone else does, I'm more than willing to cede the floor and come back. But just as...
So, Mr. Shan, let me have Mayor Morse, because I know that he wanted to make his statement, and then we'll go back to you. Mayor Morse?
Thank you, Mildred. I appreciate it. And I just want to echo the sentiment of other members of the committee and thank Dr. Vasquez-Matos and the team, Anthony Soto, and just the folks involved in putting together this plan, and want to thank the numerous folks in the community that submitted public comment for the meeting, be it teachers, community members, parents, or just concerned residents of the city. And I think it's important to note that nothing has fundamentally changed about coronavirus itself since the decision was made to close schools and businesses and City Hall and the school department earlier this year. And while Massachusetts overall has a low transmission rate, and that's a result of putting social distancing and restrictions in place across the state and here in the community, but I think what we're seeing, not just here in Massachusetts, but of course around the country, is a rebound to some extent of those cases, and I worry about moving ahead with reopening as surrounding communities are making the decision to go remote, at least through the first grading period. And I think in terms of logic here, instead of doing a hybrid model that I think will have more risk than not, than remote, obviously, is putting students and teachers and parents at undue risk. And the last thing I think we want to be responsible for is for any uptick in cases. And families and students and teachers, no group in particular, go about their daily lives outside of school buildings, and there's no way for us to control what happens outside of school, but then it's transpired inside of our schools. And so I just think we have to be cautious, and I recognize the families and the voices, and I think it's incredibly unfortunate that in this country, people and parents in particular are having to choose between working or raising a child and homeschooling and being there for them. And I've just heard firsthand from parents, mothers in particular, that have had to balance this in a way that they haven't had to before. And so, first, just want to thank all of the parents in the community for doing the best they can under difficult circumstances, and for our students. Public education, whether it's not just what you learn in a classroom, but the wraparound services that our district provides, from nutrition to safety to licensed clinicians and everything in between. Public education in Holyoke is a great equalizer. And of course, I'm concerned about that not being available in person traditionally as it has been. But I just want to make sure that we're cautious as we move forward. And I personally support all-in remote at the beginning of the school year, and continue to evaluate cases here locally, but also around the state, and then make decisions from there. I don't think we should make a decision to go remote longer than we have to. I think we should start that way and continue to reevaluate and make a judgment call based on the data, and doing it in a way that making sure we get services to those students who need it most, despite being remote. And so I just wanted to share those thoughts, and again, thank the members of the community and our teachers. And I know everybody wants to get back to school, and we're worried about the impact of not going back, but I think we need to do everything we can to make the best of what are very difficult circumstances. So again, I appreciate everyone's work on the reopening plan, and my preference is to go remote at the start of school.
Thank you, Mayor Morse. We'll go back to Mr. Sheehan, and then I know I have Ms. Burks and I have Ms. Brunel that also want to speak again. Go ahead, Devin.
Yeah, so I'm not going to ask another question, but
I'd like to talk later.
Oh, Rosalie too. Yep.
Yeah, I got you on my list, Rosalie. I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. You saved the best for last. Don't worry.
What I'm going to say, and maybe we can discuss this at the next meeting, but I would like to see a more in-depth academic plan. I didn't see much in here regarding vocational education, and what that, I'm looking in here and what that schedule would look like, and I don't know if it mirrors what this high school schedule is. I can't assume. I think that it was probably built not built with not thinking about vocational ed, but it just doesn't seem like it would necessarily work with this high school schedule. So
Psychology, electrical.
Aaron, you're not muted.
Sorry.
So I would like to see more of that at a next meeting of what academics would look like. And I just don't see a pathway right now that we can have students back at the beginning of September, even at the beginning of October. I mean, I'm not confident in a lot of things, and I'm not confident in the progression of the virus to begin with. We're seeing an uptick in areas, and even today that the outdoor gathering requirements were cut in half by the governor. We're also seeing states increasing their quarantine days. I mean, Rhode Island now is on the quarantine list for Massachusetts for 14 days. What I do want to stress, I agree with the mayor, there needs to be some sort of monitoring and benchmark set up, I think. And I think that's probably what every district is struggling with. But I also want to encourage that if when we start remote instruction, that educators have the ability to have flexibility on where they're instructing their students, whether that's in their classroom or in their home or in another place. I know I've spoken with many educators that have definitely indicated it would be much easier for them to be able to provide instruction from in their classroom, and that could mean because of different commitments in the home that they need a quiet space and they have childcare, whatever it may be. It's also just to have the materials that are needed to be able to provide a high quality instruction. And it's just, I mean, to lug things back and forth from your home to your classroom. So I do hope we're flexible and we can staff the, when we talk about the cleaning procedures, when we talk about that, and I don't know if, I mean, there would obviously have to be procedures for it. I mean, it's not willy-nilly that you can just do whatever you want and go in, but there has to be some sort of like guidance, and there has to be some sort of maybe commitment, I don't know, but something so custodians have a way to go. And I fully understand the difficult place that our receivers in and that every superintendent is in across our Commonwealth, having to make these recommendations. But it really is a challenge. And I think right now we all want kids back in school, but that just maybe is not a possibility at this point. So I just don't see any pathway, like I said before, but it really is unfortunate of where we are. And I hope that the state is able to see that the best possible option for our students and staff is not just what they want, and it's what's there. And I as a school committee member here in Holyoke and a leader, I'm not going to sit back if we are threatened by the federal government or the state government that we're going to lose funding or students can't do certain things. I mean, we have to, we are making at times a decision that is based on someone becoming seriously ill or not. And I don't want to be threatened that we're not going to get federal money just because we have to choose a remote model. And I'm not going to put a student's or a teacher or a para or anyone else who works in our schools livelihood on the line because someone just wants us in school because we should be.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. Ms. Burks?
Okay, so I was hoping, I think I was under the impression and hoping that when we came into this meeting tonight, that we were going to look at the two options and basically come up with a plan and a decision. So I have tons of questions, but they're on each way. So like, if we're going remote, are every one of our paraprofessionals going to be given actual laptops and not the Chromebooks, which they need? I'm hoping that that is going to happen because our paraprofessionals are also intricate parts of the learning team. How will dual language work for it going virtual? We have a ton of families that are really, really connected to that program, love that programming, and I'd like some more information on how that's going to look on the virtual front. And then notifications for families for positive COVID tests if we do the hybrid model. Our family's going to be notified if someone tests positive in that building. And then what's that going to look like quarantine-wise for staff and for kids? What's it going to look like for staff for their sick days? If they have to quarantine for 14 days, is the district going to pay them because it's not their fault? Because ultimately they're taking their risks and being exposed just by going to work. And then for kids, I mean, we're saying that we're not able to do the big switch for our kids if they go hybrid and, a week or two in, that we can't just like do switches. Or kids that are at home, it's not going to be easily done to switch them into hybrid from remote learning. So I guess my next question is going to be in regards to kids getting sick or possibly being exposed and needing to quarantine for the 14 or whatever days. Are they automatically going to be able to switch to a virtual learning? And are they going to be able to follow along? Because, is it going to be synchronous? I'm wondering about furloughs, staff cuts. I'm worrying about, and that being on both fronts, whether we go virtual or if we do the hybrid model. Are we going to have to furlough staff or lay people off? Is there going to be cuts? Like, we need to be open and transparent and honest about those things. And then if we had to use, because I know there's like some rumors out there in regards to if we use the virtual model, I heard a rumor about if we had to use a company that would come in and assist so that we could go fully virtual, that it would replace some of our teachers. I read that Devin actually linked me to the correct sites to have accurate information, where it actually showed on the DESI site that we could not replace our teachers if we get a company to come in and assist with the remote model. But these are like all the questions, and it's depending on which way we go. I got a ton of questions, which is why I'm still gonna push. We need an answer. So that's it.
So Dr. Vasquez-Matos, would you like to answer any of her questions now? Do you have answers to it?
Yep. So I mean, I can answer some of them. First of all, I'm not giving an answer today. So that's the first thing. I have meetings with the staff. I have a town hall Monday. I have to give them the courtesy as well to get a chance for me to speak to my entire staff on Monday. But we will have an answer very soon that I can say. So as it relates to dual language, I have been sending and working with the principal supervisors to work with the principals of how would it look in a remote setting, whether it's a 50-50 model, whereas an 80-40 model, and making sure that we can actually provide the dual language with the grounded theory of the difference of the two languages, and making sure that it is rigorous in a virtual setting, or even if it was a hybrid setting. But the question that came to my attention was, how does it look like in a virtual setting? The devices for laptops are devices for paras. That is going to happen. There's orders have been placed. Very soon, you'll probably see on social media, the communications team will be pushing out all all of the devices have come in for teachers, counselors, therapists, and support staff. Because the goal, regardless of whichever, plan happens, is that students actually, every student has a device, as well as every support staff and instructional staff has a device to be able to really participate in the blended learning model, and to answer the question around when student is absent, that's actually the reason why, this is one of the reasons why we want to make sure that we go to one-to-one devices. Because if students actually get sick for whatever reason, whether they have asthma, they get a migraine, that if they go home, right, because we're saying to them, if you don't feel well, stay home, that they can continue learning at home because they're connected to a device. So even if we were in person, they will all get a device regardless, but it allows them to actually quickly transition and continue the academics from home. We in our plan, we have actually contact tracing. There is a protocol in place, because even right now, we do have staff that are working in the buildings. Like, we have the cafeteria staff, we have, maintenance. So we do have a protocol through the collaboration between the Office of Talent Management and the Student Support Services, our health experts, working on making sure we have a protocol of contact tracing internally, to making sure that if we do have a case, what is the notification, what is the process, who do we notify, cleaning, and so forth. And so, but we will, in the event that schools open, we will also obviously have a contact tracing protocol in place. As a question to furloughs, I cannot answer that right now, because everything is moving fast. Every day is a new day. There's unexpected expenses that we have to pay, but there's also the ability to reallocate resources that possibly will not happen in things that will happen or that need to happen in other areas. So in working with Mr. Soto, we are carefully, and I'm looking carefully at the budget and making sure that, in my mind right now, there is no conversation around furloughs or even layoffs right now. It's about making sure we can reallocate the resources in our budget where it's needed, because we do need the teachers. As it relates for there are 2 learning managements that are being vetted by many districts throughout the state, but at no time does that replace our teachers. Our teachers actually will use that. If that's the route we're going to go, is the learning management, our teachers will be the instructor in that learning management that we will invest in for our students. I think I answered all your question, Mrs. Burks.
You did pretty good. I just, I'm concerned, like everybody, but I know that you want to do a town hall and do your due diligence. I just think that we really need to be mindful of planning for families and, and for our staff to make sure that they know what's happening and to prepare. So, I'm hoping you're going to move sooner rather than later in regards to that. And just to reach back around, I know that you were saying that laptops and equipment have been ordered, and I saw some great Facebook photos today of ones that were ordered for teachers and stuff. I again just want to reiterate to make sure that the paraprofessionals as well will also get those laptops, only because they are integral parts of the team and need to have the same access. So I just want to make sure that I reach back upon that. And then I've heard rumors about the furloughs, and I've heard rumors about the companies coming in, and people are afraid. So that's why I asked the question specifically, to try to lessen some people's fears, and to make sure that people are educated on truth rather than rumors. And I think that that's important. So I will ask hard questions specifically to try to dismantle some of those things. But I just want to make sure that paraprofessionals are going to get the laptops as well, with the hopes that you are going to plan on going remote. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burks. Ms. Brunel?
Yeah, if Anthony's still on, I'd really like to know where we got money to replace windows at Peck. One of the whole reasons we fought for 2 new middle schools in Holyoke and with Anthony right along our side was because the MTA refused to put a single dime into renovating Peck School because that building was not fit for proper education in the century that we live in. So I want to know what money got allocated to upgrade windows at a school that we already feel as though is distressed. One of the main reasons we advocated for new schools in the city was because of air quality at Peck School, because of the mechanical systems at Peck School, because of the lack of window function at Peck School. The MTA was willing to give us money for a new school because they deemed that Peck was not to be spent money on for renovations. So where did money come to replace windows at Peck School?
We were able, so we didn't replace our windows at Peck School. What we did was, we did? No, we didn't replace.
It was
what we did was we made them operable. So we were able to invest. It cost us about $100 per window to replace, some of the mechanisms that the windows had that was preventing them from opening. We were able to replace those at a not an expensive cost. Like I said, it was about $100 per window. So we were able to get, we got a company coming in, 120
times $100 a window.
So, right. Yeah, we were able to build. I mean, we do have a budget for regular maintenance of our buildings. We just allocated some of it to that. It's not when you're talking about overhauling a window project. I mean, the Kelly School was about $4 million to replace the windows. So to take the old ones out and put new ones in, that's not what we did. The way school finance works is any capital improvement that's over 220 for, I believe it's 225,000. Please don't quote me, but I think that's the threshold that determines it's a capital improvement that you can't use net school spending dollars. Doing what we did at Peck was well below that number, and we were able to fit it into our operating budget.
So I'd like to comment about the professional development around cleaning. Our teachers should not be having to clean. I also have concerns about a lot of the comments that Devin was asking about PPE and whether we have enough. And I believe Rebecca asked enough, and it was like, well, we will, or we're almost there. That's unacceptable, completely unacceptable. I know that's not like, say, Anthony's fault or anything like that. I'm just saying as a district, we need to have everything. And then as a district, if DESE wants us to open, and DESE's requirement is to put a monitor on each and every bus, then DESE needs to step up and give us the money to make these plans happen, right? We had to submit these plans to DESE. DESE has to approve them. Show us the money. Show us the money. Show us the way that it's going to be safe. I, like Rebecca, have so many more questions and concerns that I could go in about these plans, but until we really know what direction we're going, they're just questions that are going to keep us going around and around. So some of my main concerns are testing. We don't have just available testing. We can't just run out and get tested willy-nilly any day we want, and neither can our staff. And until that's done, how can we invite students back? Is every staff member of Holyoke Public Schools going to be required to get tested 2 days prior to the open of school? If that's not going to get done, how can we invite our students back? So again, like Rebecca, I have many, many more questions, many, many more concerns, but I'll retire for now.
Thank you, Ms. Brunel. Ms. Tinsley Williams.
Hello, I'm here.
Go ahead.
First of all, I need to say that I really prayed about this stuff because this is a matter of life and breath. I've really contemplated almost not even showing up tonight, but people's lives are at stake. I made some phone calls from out of town. I have family members that live down south in Georgia and Alabama, and I was told that they tried this and they had to shut down twice. California had to shut down again. So it doesn't make sense to do something where we know we will have to shut down. it's a situation where you have parents, maybe they don't understand. So what we need to do is get some kind of training situation, Dr. Vasquez, going where the parents can be taught so they can teach the children at home some of the subjects. And I understand that a lot of the children, they don't have it like 30 minutes. That's good if you can make a child sit down and pay attention. That's tough. But to start too soon, anything premature, you're going to be sorry later. So I can speak from a comfortable position. I don't have any kids. They're grown now. I don't have a job that I have to rush back to, but my heart is out to the families and for the children. And my motto is, if you mess with kids, you mess with me. And I think they all know me by now. But I'm just saying that we shouldn't start something that we can't finish. So I'm for the remote training. I'm not for sending the kids back before it's time. I think we might really be sorry, because if we let the kids go back to school, it's going to be more damage when we have to repair the situation. So, like I said, I don't have much to say, but what I am saying, I hope that it edifies the hearers. Okay, so thank you, Ms. LeFay, for letting me speak.
Absolutely, Miss Tensley Williams, and I was waiting for that famous motto of yours. I knew it was coming at some point in your comment.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I have Mr. Sheehan, and then I have Mr. Kershane.
Oh, I mean, Dr. Vasquez-Matos had his hand raised. I mean, I would definitely defer.
Yeah, so I just want to reply to one of the, because I've heard it a couple of times around the purchasing of equipment. So the district has purchased and received personal protective equipment. We have received 28,000 disposable procedure masks. 320 goggles have been received. 1,000 shoe protectors have been received. 200 face shields have been received, and 600 are on its way to be delivered. 4,000 gowns have been received. 400 cases of latex glove have been received. 26 gallons of 70% rubbing alcohol has been received. 3,000 face coverings, 2 per staff, has been received. 1,000 face coverings for the neediest students have been received. I mean, I can go on and on and on. So I just need to say that because, you know, there's a lot of work folks have been doing in the district to get our district ready. And so, you know, I just also want to highlight that, because we are trying to make sure that we are putting all our safety protocols in place for whatever we decide to do for the new school year. But, you know, we are very intentional in our planning and making sure we have the protocols in place. So I just wanted to kind of just highlight that and make sure the community is aware that we are being as proactive as we can.
So, oh, was it my turn, Mildred?
Yeah, I was just to say thank you very much, Dr. Vasquez-Matos. Go ahead, Mr. Sheehan.
So just one thing, like I brought it up before. Now, we all know that we have another meeting on August 17th. I mean, obviously, we're not going to put you on the spot and you're not going to answer with what the plan is tonight, but by the 17th, we're going to know what the plan is. And like I said before, I would really like to see a really in-depth presentation about academics and what it looks like. And I know that there's a shell, and I know that I know for sure that Val and her team have been like working like crazy to get that done, and working really hard. But the academics piece and the special ed piece, if we could focus like and no matter what, I mean, you've heard the committee, like, you know where we're leaning. I think it's clear, but I mean, it's just to see how it's going to work in the model that is officially selected by them. Because I think that's really important, and that's where the questions are going to be from families. A lot of how that looks like. What I'm wondering about though, what is going on at central office? As far as I know that it's still reduced staffing, and it's staff when they need to be there and get things done. I mean, I'm assuming that's staying, but we are also tenants there. So what is the what response is building management making to ensure that the same standards are met? Do we know about the HVAC system there? I mean, I know the windows don't open. And I know not everyone has a window. And I know since we've moved that people are crammed. There's zero ability to social distance at 57 Suffolk Street now, especially on the, I don't know, are you on the third floor now?
Yeah.
Third, I think, yeah, especially on the third floor. So I'm just wondering what that's going to look like moving forward, and if there's been thought about reallocating staff elsewhere, or because I mean, even I mean, we've all been in the bathrooms there, and the bathrooms don't even meet the standards, I don't think, unless you just have one person.
Yes. So we have been meeting both Beth and Anthony, and already we're kind of starting to put things in place. For example, if you go to Romans and certain, high traffic areas, those plastic shields on individuals' desks and so forth. However, we're still working on kind of the logistics of how we kind of phase in the opening. So to your point, Devin, yeah, there are certain parts in central office that are very, very tight, and to practice 6 feet, the cubicles are not even 6 feet. I mean, they're just attached. So we are working on kind of how do we do a phase-in approach, or we actually have to kind of reassign individuals to different parts of the district or schools and things like that. So we're trying to figure that out as part of the reopening plan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that you could actually, I don't think there's any ability to open up there with even probably 25% staff in on any given day. People share often. I mean, you have 3 people in a space, 3-4 people in a space working, and an open space is outside the chief human resources desk. I mean, it is not conducive at all up there. So I mean, it would be, I mean, there's at least some sort of moving forward plan with that area.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Cushane.
Maybe now's the time to look at alternative office space and clear out of there.
Save on rent. Mr. Cushane.
Hi, thank you. I'm wondering if it would make sense at this point if we were just to maybe, I know that we don't have any kind of a binding vote, but just for the record, maybe it would make sense at this point to vote on our recommendation whether to move forward with a hybrid learning or strictly remote learning. Does that make sense?
I mean, I would need a motion, and I haven't even been able to say anything. I was just waiting for you guys all to go ahead and put all your statements, your comments, ask your questions. So, I mean, I guess.
Well, I think I'd like to hear what you have to say, and then then I would make such a motion regardless of what you say. But I think you're going to say very similar things. But you do bring a very important perspective to the discussion. I think although this meeting is going on, I think that there are a lot of nuances to this, and I would like to hear what you have to say before any vote's taken.
Okay. So does anybody else have any comments, statements, questions for Dr. Vasquez-Matos or anyone from his team? Nope. Oh wait, Ms. Burks.
Dr. Matos, I just want to say not only to you and your team, I hope that nobody is feeling like attacked or anything like that. We know everybody has worked really diligently to try to come up with safe plans. We completely get and appreciate that and respect that. So I don't want anyone to feel like we are breaking apart your plan or pointing fingers or any of those things. But we represent a lot of families and a lot of students, and a lot of staff. And they have questions, and it's our responsibility to make sure that we ask the hard-pressed questions. But we are very aware. Devin was a part of that team. There was a whole lot of people. June Lavelle from the paraprofessionals. There were multiple people that we know of that were on that team that were making really hard decisions and trying to come up with the best possible plans. And I think COVID is just a little bit too great. for us right now. And I just don't want to diminish the work that has been done or have you or anyone else feel like that we don't feel like you're doing your due diligence, because we definitely believe that. It's just the reality of life right now. So I just wanted to make that statement to know, I'm hoping no one has hard feelings, just because I think that that's important as well, that we are acknowledging all of the hard work that went in. We're just not ready.
Thank you, Ms. Burks. Mr. Willoughby, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, real quick. It's a question for the administration. Have we received any funding from the federal government yet for the virus, or maybe the state for the virus, in terms of funding for transportation costs, or I know the supplies that Dr. Vasquez mentioned. So any funding yet?
So Mr. Soto can speak more to that. So there's several fundings as it relates to COVID, but if you're talking about the one that's actually still being talked about, we haven't received any that funding, nor I think has been a decision been made. But Mr. Soto can talk about the other COVID funding as it relates to kind of the CARES Act and so forth.
Yeah, we received we received over $4 million in what they're calling ESSER money, and we're encouraged that to use this to prepare for reopening. In addition to that funding, we're going set to receive about $225 per student, which amounts to about $1.1 million in the upcoming year, a little more than that. And then most recently, we were just awarded a digital learning or a remote learning grant that the state put forward, where we wanted to purchase iPads for all of our pre-K to second graders. So we were able to order about 1,600 iPads. We had to utilize other funding for it, but we did receive about $272,000 in that remote learning grant, in preparation for to help in preparation for remote learning plans that could be coming in the fall.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Anyone else? No? I waited so patiently. All right. So first, I know everybody's been asking or talking about who's been part of the reopening leadership team. So I'm just going to go down the names just so that the public can recognize who they are. And Dr. Vasquez-Matos, really quick, was the entire team invited, or you just picked and chose who was going to attend for this meeting tonight?
This is my cabinet.
Oh, okay. So this is your cabinet. So those are the ones that come. Okay. So, and then these are other people that were involved in it. Okay, great. That'll answer my question for a question that I have for you in a minute. So part of the reopening.
Just so you know, before you read that, there was many more people that were in other working groups. I mean, that reopening team is just like a very small group of the tons of people that worked in numerous subcommittees that are still working. So just so everyone's aware, I mean, the decisions came up, but I mean, there was committees had 20 people on them working to come up with these.
You would say that people volunteered to be a part of some sort of subcommittee to discuss a certain topic, but they weren't the ones that were originally part of your leadership, reopening leadership team. Is that fair to say?
I mean, what I mean is like, so the group that Mrs. Anir ran that was looking at academics and different things that involved teachers and instructional leadership specialists and her directors that are in charge of ELL and reading and math. And I mean, there were so many people. And then the nurse manager had a team of people, and Anthony had a team of operations people that were part of it, and so on. So just so you know that those people are, I mean, were supported and the information came up and still does by many people that helped these efforts.
So then I'm going to rephrase and re-clarify what I said. So I'm going to let the public and everybody here know at least who were the basic ones that were identified, but that it was a whole lot more people that were involved, and I'm going to assume are going to continue to be involved, because a reopening plan just doesn't stay at a remote, it doesn't stay at just a hybrid. You have to eventually follow the path till you become in-person full, correct? So the reopening team didn't finish last Thursday. It's going to continue going, and I'm hoping it continues going weekly.
Yeah.
So that would be Dr. Vasquez Matos. We have Erin Linville, Valerie Anier, Cynthia Carboni, Marianne Courier, Dr. Tiffany Curtis, Mario Flores, Beth Gage, Jackie Glasheen, Nancy Lacey, Deb Lantain, who happens to be our DESE liaison, June Lavelle, Allison Lynch. Did I say her last name right? Lynch? I hope I did. Dr. Steve, okay, Dr. Stephen Mahoney, Pete McAndrew, Anthony Soto, our very own Mr. Sheehan, and Dr. Steven Streich, who was our outgoing receiver. So you heard from everyone. You've heard from all the people who I think that sent comments, statements. They brought up their concerns, emailed them to us. They really took the time, and some of them even had to really think, do I really want to put my comments and concerns out there? Like, you know, I know how I truly feel, but is it something that I stand up for? And I want to honestly say that everybody has to feel okay and feel safe to say, this is how I truly feel. Why? Because why are we here? We are not here to just reopen to reopen. We are here first and foremost for the safety and well-being, not only of our students, not only of our staff, not only of our families, ourselves, but that of our community in its entirety. So when we're making decisions, we have to make decisions based just not on a small group, but on the whole. So it's like when we're teaching the children, the child, we're not teaching the child to one thing, we're teaching the child as a whole. And we're looking at the child as a whole. Am I correct in saying that? Is that a yes? Is that a no? Okay. So first of all, we came in and we still don't have, you're not going to make a decision. You already said that, and unfortunate, that's a shame, because all the other districts are making their decisions. And the fact that the school committee's here having a meeting tonight to discuss about the reopening plan, the community at large thinks of it as this is when the receiver is going to make his decision. But in fact, it's not. Because the school committee now is just listening to it, taking in the comments from the public, but now you have other commitments to meet with others later. And I kind of feel as if maybe the committee should have been the last one that you're meeting with, so that when we are discussing, you already took into account what everybody brought forth to you, the concerns, or maybe their support of a hybrid model, so that when you come to the committee, and now we're bringing forth the comments from the families, from staff, from the community, then you could have sat there and said, now taking into account everything. But what I do, go ahead, Mr. Dr. Oh,
no, you know, there's a process, you know, and so there are stakeholders there so this has not been an isolated, there's been other conversations already. And so this is just part of the feedback that I need from every stakeholder, including the school committee, to make an informed decision. So the fact that constituents are actually reaching out to you, bringing their concerns, is appropriate. And this is an opportunity for them to voice it through their representative, their elected representative, so that I can hear it and also share what is our best thinking based on all of the work that's been going on and all of the planning and all of the conversation that's been going on since May, and more intensely since July, when we got guidance and kind of said we have to submit 3 models of the plan.
Right. and I get that, and I get that you're still meeting, but that's what I'm saying. You still have other stakeholders to meet. You also have with your staff to meet with your staff. That's why I was saying I think maybe it would have been more appropriate for us to have been last, meaning that then it comes to the school committee where then you get everybody else's feedback right after, and then you would have already heard from all of the other all of your other stakeholders. But I'm going to shift from that first because I went through, I do want to answer Rebecca's question because Rebecca was like wondering, well, what if there's a scenario? What happens if a student gets starts showing symptoms or a staff? Well, DESE came up, and you're not going to see it from here, but DESE has their kind of like their protocols for responding to COVID. And they go through different scenarios. If it happens at home, then what you should do, stay home. What happens if you come to school, and then the nurse will, evaluate you, assess you. And then they'll call your parents. If your parents can't come, then you just sit there and wait until then the end of school, but you can't go on the bus if you came on the bus. But some of the things that I see here is the time that they're going to be staying home. Some say 10 days. And then at least 3 days have passed with no fever and improvement in other symptoms. But it doesn't indicate, okay, so I don't have a fever. Well, what if it's because I'm taking fever reducing medications? So maybe I'm taking Tylenol, and that's why I don't have a fever. So why are we not also indicating that into the only way you can come back is no fever for 3 days with no use of fever reducing medication plus improvement of symptoms? Because I could tell you, no, I haven't had a fever, but I've been taking Tylenol. I shouldn't take Motrin, but I'm taking Tylenol, and that's why I don't have it. So there's things in here that maybe we also need to be looking at. Is that appropriate? So that's where they're getting their guidance and protocols on how to respond to someone who's positive for COVID. You also mentioned in, we will pursue many safety precautions, and you put testing availability. So my question is, where? Are you going to be using the Massachusetts testing sites? Who's going to actually give that medical order for them to have a COVID test done? Or is it going to be our medical director? So how is that going to pan out?
So there is a list that has been compiled through our Director of Health Services as well as our Office of Talent Management of various locations, medical sites, CVS, that they can actually do the testing. And I want to clarify that what you are saying around the DESE guidance, those are various scenarios just to guide each district. However, our team has taken that guidance and actually started to refine it to meet our requirements. So that's just kind of, how do you deal with a scenario? But we actually have a checklist protocol that includes asking the questions, who they need to go to. The nurse is a real important part of the contact tracing, but also what happens after, the individual leaves the building, the cleaning that happens, who signs off on it. So the checklist has been created to making sure it meets the unique needs of our district, but also, to your point, that we are following a little more in-depth kind of contact tracing, if you may, and protocols to making sure that our buildings are safe. Whether they're in the building or they're in our office, it even applies for people who are in central office. We have to follow that protocol.
So do you guys do temp checks in your office, or do you just have people check their temp at home before they go in?
Yeah, we don't do temp checks in the office.
So when students go into school, you say that, if they have a temp greater than 100.4, half the time people don't even have thermometers in their homes. So that's why kids end up showing up to school, and then the student looks kind of flushed, and then the nurse checks it, and what do you have? 100.8. So, I mean, there's some symptoms, and then there's one that says if you have, stuffiness or runny nose, which could be related to allergies. So somebody who's typically getting allergies during allergy season, they're going to be like, oh yeah, that's an allergy, right? Versus having it ruled out. They're not going to rule out first COVID and then determine that it's an allergy. Their first instinct is going to be allergies. So this time during the fall season is when everything happens, right? You have your allergy seasons. We now have this pandemic that was supposed to die down in the summer, apparently, never did. And then you have that now for the fall, and plus you're going to have the flu season, and we're supposed to expect our families to determine which symptom is related to what.
And so can I just interject for a second? So this came up, and I think I talked a lot about this during our opening committee, because I talked about how we have been so focused over the past years, and I will give so much credit to former member Mike Moriarty about attendance and Strive for 5 and all of this. And this year is one of those years where it's just not. And if students are feeling ill, if staff are feeling ill, that it stay home. And I get the allergies, I get all that, but it came up in our in the reopening leadership team meeting. But it's one of those things to reprogram to people that if you think you don't feel good, stay home and check on it. And I know it's really difficult, but that's how. It's the same thing when I go into work. If I have to go into work and my office is closed, I have to email my boss and say, I'm free of a temperature and I feel good. And I have to go in and pick up X, Y, and Z so I can do it at home. It's the same thing with students and encouraging families that if we did go a hybrid model, that they really need to just stay home if they're not feeling well, because it will be better for them. And hopefully that the allergies are gone tomorrow, or they can go check with the doctor and know that it's allergies. But it really is just for all staff, like stay at your home, and for all students, stay home. And we have to promote that. And it's a really hard thing to, after we've been pushing for so many years, like go to school, go to school, go to school. I even brought up that we can't be sending out those punitive letters that say that you've missed so many days, now you have to come in, or you're like, it's just, we have to retrain our brains for a couple of years, I think.
No, and I get that, Mr. Sheehan, but then here's where I'm going to further go into that. So we're asking them to stay home. We're asking our students to stay home. Now, what would you require, Dr. Vasquez-Matos, for them to return back? So if I'm a parent and I say, you know what, my kid has a runny nose today and he's complaining of a headache. Those are some of the symptoms that run, under COVID, but it may not be. It could be something, maybe he's got a sinus infection, right? And so I just kept him home, but then all of a sudden tomorrow he's feeling great. Are you going to expect me to bring him to the doctor's office, get a COVID test to rule out COVID? Or do you need a letter from my doctor indicating that the reason he was out was because of maybe a sinus infection? Like, we have to think about that's copays. I know I'm one of those hard people where I'll diagnose myself before I pay a doctor $20 copay. I'll be the first one like, nope, this is what I have because I'm not going. So a lot of people may do the same thing. They don't want to go to the doctor's office, sit in there, and more risk of me sitting around other people that are potentially sick with it. So they stay at home. What is now the protocol? Because I haven't heard anything from Desi in regards to, hoping that kids don't end up with getting filed a 51A because they missed too much school.
Yeah. So this is where the outreach comes in, and those individuals have been reconnecting to the family. So if a child has to, have symptoms and are staying home, one, that's why we're being very intentional with making sure every student has a device, because we're not, principals are not going to diagnose them. They're not medical doctors, or, so if they have to stay home, whether it's, to quarantine or until they actually get to see a medical provider and get, clearance from the doctor, the learning will still go on while they're still at home during that period of days that they're going to be quarantined. And so to Devin's point around, Mr. Shanahan's point around, we gotta adapt the community and even our own staff, that attendance can't be so punitive, because we were actually, before, if you had the sniffles, you still go to school. Well, now it's the other way around. If you have the sniffles and you don't feel well, you have to stay home. So we have to look at attendance differently. And however, we also want to make sure that the student is still engaged at home. So having the opportunity for them to be on a learning platform allows the teachers to still be able to provide the materials, the instruction, while the child is at home recovering or being quarantined, because they surface some symptoms of the virus.
Okay. Then I'm going through your preliminary district plan. This was what was submitted to DESE, correct? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, so when I'm looking at page 1, you guys talked about modeling accounted for 3 feet of personal space for each student, a teaching area of at least 6 by 6. So you talked about most of your classrooms, you can fit up to 24 desks at 3 feet apart and 11 to 14 desks at 6 feet apart. Which exact footage were you looking at if you were to go into the hybrid model?
6 feet apart.
6 feet apart. So you were going to, okay, all right. Then you talked about, then on the other side, you brought up or whoever typed this up, put in all the statistics according to the survey that was put in here. It talked about, that 28% would participate in remote learning, but then in there, it only indicated that the primary reasons why students weren't going was a general fear of the primary reason for not returning was a general fear of COVID, but we didn't even indicate the percentage of that, which is what, 63%. But we definitely put in there that 17% indicated that their child had an underlying medical issue and that put them at high risk, and that the other one was that maybe a family member. We also didn't really focus and emphasize, because we talk a lot about ELL students and how they're falling behind, but let's look at the statistics of your study, right, your survey. A lot of your Latino families, because I'm not even going to say majority, a lot of your Latino families are the ones that are saying, I ain't sending my kid back. So, I mean, who you're trying to service, those families don't want to come back or send their kids. Why? Let's also look at a lot of the people who are raising the children. Some of them are grandparents. They don't want to put their lives at risk. I'm a nurse out here in this community. I've gone into your doors where I know that where your student goes, because I'm treating their parent or their grandparent or their guardian. Okay, so I know the risks that are implicated in this. So I'm just telling you in an aspect of a nurse who's actually out there seeing and putting herself into the risk of contracting COVID and bringing it into my own home where I have a husband who's at a high risk of getting the worst complications of it. So it's just food for thought when you're actually sitting down and talking with your other stakeholders about what plan or model you're kind of veering to. It's about looking at our city as a whole, looking at the child as a whole, who's involved in their life. Okay, don't always assume that it's healthy people that are involved in their lives. A lot of times, it's people my age and even younger who are very ill, who are taking care of their children at the same time who are going into our schools. When I look at the sample of your in-person schedules for elementary, middle school, and high school, I can see that your high school students surely get a lot of mask break. So people must be looking at me like, Mildred looks like a weirdo with that mask on. I put it on because I want to know, and I wanted you guys all to see, this is what we're asking our students and our teachers to do. We're going to talk with our masks on. We're going to be in school for 6 to 7 hours a day. Now, we've been in this meeting for approximately 3 hours and 44 minutes. Let me look at this for elementary. I would have gotten a mask break. So I'm overdue for a mask break because I would have gotten it within maybe 45 minutes. Then after that, it's 3 hours before I get another mask break. I'm dying with this thing on. it's horrendous. And to say that the schools are well ventilated and there's good air quality, I know Kelly School was not one of them. Now, if they did a miracle thing over there and now all of a sudden everybody's breathing great, I don't know how that could be. And plus, you know, especially since our asthma rates are so high. But this is what we're asking our students and our teachers to do either 2 days a week. I don't even care if it's 2 days a week. That's 12 hours a week to sit down with these masks on, be it cloth or those surgical masks. It's painful to the ears, and it surely is difficult to breathe. And we're giving our high school students 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mask break in one day, and we give our elementary students 3 mask breaks. And they're basically going the same amount of time to school, the same length of time. Then you put out a survey on Facebook. It says non-binding. Is that an error?
No, that is actually a second survey.
So the second survey. So then the one in this preliminary district plan that says binding commitment, should it have read non-binding?
No, there eventually part of the module or the plan is that eventually whatever is agreed upon, there has to be a binding agreement, which means there has to be a commitment for the parent to participate in the model that they choose in order to complete the marking period. Because transportation, the logistics, the service of meals, to making sure to take attendance, and also making sure that there is actual capacity in the classroom if we're going to, do the 6 feet apart. So that is part of the process. So what we sent out just recently is a more refined survey, asking the question, do you want to participate in a hybrid model, or do you want to participate in a remote model?
Okay, so that one's now. So it's just that question. Do you want to participate in this or this? That's it. And then after you gather that information and then you send out a binding one?
Depending on what model we choose, if we go into a hybrid model, we would have to create a binding one, because I would need to make sure that we have the capacity to hold the kids in a building that is actually now going to only hold 50% capacity.
Okay, so right now it's a non-binding, and then if you move any further, or if you decide to go hybrid, then you'll send out another one where it'll be more binding.
If it's hybrid, correct.
Okay, so I'm just gonna end this with this. Oh no, before that, DESE, just by the way, everyone, every week it seems that they come up with a new update. COVID, nobody really knows it. There's always something new about it, something different. We're always learning from it, but yet we're willing to risk our students to go back to school with the unknown. Because 1 minute it's one thing, the next minute it's another. That's something that we really need. I'm hoping that when you're really thinking about the decision, it's also thinking about this pandemic, this virus. Nobody really knows anything about it yet. We know some things, right? And then we start assuming something else, and then we're like, nope, that's not it. Data doesn't show that. So again, making that decision, really focusing on the fact that that changes. So why don't we stick to something, right? Like, to me, we should have been working on remote learning how to do that effectively, because now we're only 4 weeks away till technically when you're going to reopen schools. If you were to reopen, it would have been September 8th, correct? 4 weeks away. Families really don't have an answer.
Yep, it will be after Labor Day for sure. By next week, we'll know if it's the 8th or the 14th.
Which will then be 3 weeks away from when, if you were to go hybrid, when schools will reopen, where families will then have to start calling people around who's going to help them, call their job, see how their job can accommodate their needs. This is why I think before taking a stance on something, you got to come with a good plan. And it's something that's gradual. So really, actually, you never actually did remote. right? You just did something to get by and to keep the students going. But doing remote effectively, if you would have started working and having the teachers really learn how to do it effectively, working with programs, then come in September, you could have went into remote, you watch the data, see how the virus is doing. Is it still increasing? Is it decreasing? Can we now move into a hybrid model and attempt that in the fall? Or are we seeing numbers go up? See, other people are already taking the chance and sending kids to school. And what's happening? Now kids are getting infected, right? Everybody kept saying that children really don't get infected. Well, no kidding, because we closed down the schools. So where were they going? They don't go anywhere unless they go with their parents somewhere. So now they're going to school. Now kids are showing up being infected with COVID. Either they pass it on to somebody, to a teacher or a staff, whatever, what have you. Well, we're not allowing to see what happens with those other people. It's like we want to jump in and do it ourselves and let's test it out. I don't see us that we should be taking our kids and, like everybody else mentioned, using them as guinea pig and science projects. And then a week later be like, oh my God, apparently one of our kids got infected. I don't know how that happened because kids typically don't get infected. I don't want to be standing there saying that because I know for a fact that kids can get infected with COVID. Kids can spread it, whether they're asymptomatic and spreading it or they're symptomatic and spreading it. It depends on how the person takes on the infection. So in closing, I know that we're under receivership. Nobody has to remind me. I know we're under receivership. I know for a fact that we can't make decisions, but I'm going to tell you one thing. It doesn't justify the fact that DESE thinks that they can make the decisions for our district on how to deliver the curriculum for this upcoming school year. So when you're looking at DESE, when they're saying we're allowing each district to decide what's best for their community, sometimes I'm starting to wonder and feel, does that mean all the districts that aren't under receivership? Because then you make the decisions for us? Well, I'll tell you one thing, Holyoke is not like your other districts. Our district will fight, our families will fight for what's right and what's safe for our community. So again, DESE should not be, because it doesn't justify the right for them to make the decision for our community. So I'm hoping that you take into account, Dr. Vasquez-Matos, what we are asking you. I see that smirk on your face, right? What we're asking you and what we're telling you how we feel and how our community strongly feels, because you're here not only as a receiver, but also to make decisions based on what's best for our students and our community. I'm going to end it there because some other people are going to choke me because I know everybody wants to go to bed soon. That's it.
Niles's motion?
Oh, Niles wanted to put in motion. Go ahead, Niles.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion that the school committee present their recommendation to vote. I would maybe phrase it that we vote to begin the school year with strictly remote learning. I'd like to have that put to a yes or no vote.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is to put a recommendation that the school committee recommends to Dr. Vasquez-Matos, and would that be on DESE as well, being that they're part of this joint takeover?
I represent them.
Okay. Gee, Rosalie, I couldn't even finish it. You're like, second.
I'm ready.
I see that. So that, okay, that the Holyoke School Committee recommends that we start the school year 2020, 2021. Are we saying the first marking period, like everyone else is saying? What are we exactly saying, Niles?
I think that's fair. I don't really know what date is going to be the best date to change this, but at least the initial marking period will be remote only.
So, okay, so remote for the first, to start the school year to the marking period, and then obviously afterwards it would be based on the data and everything, and that's something that we'll be talking about, and I'm sure your reopening leadership team will be talking. So Liz, that was the motion by Niall, seconded by Rosalie, who was so eager to second it. So can we get a roll? Oh, is there any discussion? Anybody?
No.
No. Okay, so can I get a roll call?
You most surely can, Mildred.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Morris.
Yes. Can you hear me, Liz?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mildred, Miss LaFave.
Yes.
Mr. Sheehan.
Yes.
Mrs. Brunel.
Wholehearted.
Miss Brunel.
I'll forgive you.
Thank
Wholeheartedly,
you.
yes.
Miss Tensley Williams.
Sí, señora.
Gracias. Mrs. Burks.
Yes.
Miss Feliciano Sims.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wellahan.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Collmore, can you unmute yourself? No, huh? Mr. Crochet?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so vote passes unanimously. So Dr. Vasquez-Matos, as you can see there, the Holyoke School Committee is recommending and urging that you do, when you do make your decision, hopefully by Monday, after you meet with your groups of people, or Tuesday, no later than the end of next week, that it'll be geared towards what the community's yelling for. But we stand with the fact that we are requesting that we go remote for the beginning of the school year, through the first marking period. At this time, again, depending on how the cases go and within our community.
Yep.
All right, thank you so much. Did you have anything else, Dr. Vasquez-Matos, or are you good?
No, I appreciate everyone's passion, concern, and commitment. You know, I'm in it for the kids and what's best for kids. And so I know that the community has also reached out to me and called me, and I've heard both sides from families that are worried about their job because they can't find childcare and where they want their kids back in school. So there's two sides to the argument, and so I've heard both sides, and so giving the community places to be able to voice their concern is great, and I applaud that, and I applaud all of you for bringing your concerns to this discussion. It will inform the planning, and so stay tuned.
Got it, Penelope.
And I see Ms. Burks, her eyelash went up a little bit.
Ms. Burke's eyelashes are always going up.
You know, yeah, I make some faces. I admit it. Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. It is an absolute honor to serve with the school committee. Honest to God, you all are amazing advocates and not standing down. And it is an honor to work with each and every one of you, and I appreciate you all.
And we appreciate you too, Ms. Burks. And Dr. Vasquez-Matos, I hear you, there are both two sides. Absolutely, there are working families out there, but and going right back to it, we are here for the kids. Yep. But again, in this pandemic, we also have to look at the safety and health of our society, of our community. So we have to expand who we're also here for. So when we're making those tough decisions, we're not going to please everybody. But my thing is that I want to make sure that no one walks out of the school buildings a week from now and ending up in an ICU bed. Because then how am I going to feel?
And that's not our intention, nor is the plan's intention. So I need just to clear that. That's not the intention of the plan as well.
All right, so moving on to new business, there's a draft harassment policy update. You would have found that in your package. If I'm not mistaken, Liz, this has been posted, right, for public comment, and will stay posted until August.
So
what was it?
The Sunday before your next meeting, the 16th, I left it up until Sunday, the 16th at 5 p.m. for public comment. I I did do one thing, and that is fill in the name of the district and the Title IX coordinators at the district level and at each school building, and that is what is posted on the website for public comment.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, it says that note that you have attached in the front, it says this is to notify you that MASC blah, 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 blah.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you had posted? Because then the dates would be wrong.
No.
Oh, okay,
Listen,
that was just for us.
Listen, you guys keep me up these late nights. You got me working on the weekends. You can't hold me to these things. They're typographical errors. Sorry.
So
can I just
go ahead, Mr. Shan?
Yeah, I just want to voice my concern with these new policies, and I know that they're currently being fought by a number of state attorney generals. It's very concerning the way that these regulations will shape both higher ed and K-12 education, with some of the changes by the DeVos administration. But I mean, I'm also concerned that, I mean, we've been waiting months to see if there's been any type of movement in the courts, which, you know, as of hours ago, there hadn't been. I'm just wondering, have we trained all of these now so-called investigators at each school and all these things on any of these new procedures that were coming? I mean, what's the... So
Beth is on the line. We actually had a conversation last week early this week around this policy. The requirements in this new, title regulation requires more additional staff to be trained that have not been trained as part of the investigation. So I think the quick answer to your question is, it's going to require more individuals to be trained, and they have not been trained on this. But it's in conversation with our chief of talent. We would have to get these individuals trained immediately when the school year begins. But at least we'll have one at each school to be trained. But it requires more people to be trained. It also requires a superintendent to be part of kind of the arbitration, which is totally new in the process, if somebody wants to appeal.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand that the requirements around notifying parties and stuff, but I would hope just simply as a cost-saving measure, since we would have to mail this out to anyone who's in contact with the district, that we at least wait till the last possible moment, just because to see what happens in the courts with that, and also with translating the document as well. The whole entire due process requirements just scare me, and it really, I think that we are really perpetuating that we are hurting victims, and that's what this will do. And we don't have the ability to say otherwise. I mean, the federal government has said this is what you're doing, but I mean, this is not a positive step forward for victims of sexual harassment and assault.
Agreed.
Devin, we don't take a vote on that new draft policy, right? Because we were going to wait for people to submit public comment. So if anybody from the public has a comment, to send
and there's really nothing to vote on. I mean, the federal government has said this is what you're. I mean, this is pretty much pulled.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So any announcements? We don't have any old business. Any announcements? Other than the fact that we have our actual school committee meeting on the 17th, 6 o'clock. What's the likelihood that it's going to be in person with masks on and 6 feet social distancing? We're going to strive for that, Dr. Vasquez. Oh my God, I'm going to mess up your name. I'm going to call you Vamos.
You said Vamos means let's go.
Right, let's go.
Let's have a conversation offline.
Okay, so you guys heard that offline. But anyway, September. Look at that. August 17th. Go ahead, Ms. Brunel.
I just wanted to thank you and Miss Burks and Dr. Matos and Devin and just everyone else that had a personal hand involved in making the Holyoke High School graduation go the way it did. I mean, we couldn't have predicted the weather, but just thanks to everybody that advocated and fought for a parent to be able to attend. The big screens were wonderful. And I think at the end of the day, we did the best we could. And you guys, especially you ladies, fought to make sure that it was at least the best it could be. So I just wanted to take the moment to publicly say thanks and great job.
Thank you. And I had fun in the rain. I mean, who just doesn't love to get poured on, right? It was different. It never happened before. I never got wet during graduation. Apparently I did this time. I think the kids enjoyed it. So, but thank you. Apparently you couldn't do your speech, Dr. Vasquez Matos. I was really looking forward to your speech.
We were all looking forward to your speech.
Move to adjourn.
You could still do it though. I suggest that you put it out on the HPS site as a, shout out to those students. So I have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
So Devin, Ms. Burks, second,
Yes.
I believe. All right, roll call, please.
I got it, Mildred.
Awesome.
Mayor Morris?
He's spiritually saying yes.
Yes. Ms. LaFave?
Yes.
Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
Ms. Brunel?
Yes.
Miss Tensley Williams?
Si, senora.
Thank you. Mrs. Burks?
Yes.
Miss Feliciano Sims? Don? I see you, Mr. Collmore, and I'm guessing you're voting to adjourn. Mr. Cushane?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, that went real quick. Well, that was unanimous, and meeting is adjourned at 10:06 p.m. You guys have a wonderful weekend.